Chapter 869 Shocking Scene. Chapter 869 Shocking Scene. Boom. The chrysanthemum exploded, and his health fell to 0. The system sounded out a notification sound. Long Fei checked his striking energy value and felt a burst of regret in his heart. The feeling of not having striking energy value is really bad. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Underworld King Giant Demon 4, obtaining 20,000 experience, 800 power of celestial points, and 1 energy values point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Nether King's Sea God's Blood. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Giant Demon Blood Vein. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Underworld King Giant Demon Clone, which can automatically be added to the Beast Transformation Mode system. As the 4 notifications beeped, the system no longer sent out any notifications. Long Fei paused for a moment and said bitterly, "Such a valiant boss, nothing dropped. System your ass. Don't you know how miserable I am? With an old foodie and more than 1,000 ghost soldiers to feed, you will die if you give me more?" An item. Not a single item was dropped, other than a few blood veins. After all, this was a super boss, and the drop rate for those who didn't use striking energy value was that low. Was her character that bad? Long Fei had the urge to cry. The only consolation he had was probably the explosion of the King of Hell's Ocean God's blood, because it could be considered as completion of the alchemy mission. Your baby is suffering. Long Fei sighed in his heart and said inwardly, I had originally wanted to borrow the Transu Empire's treasure to make a fortune, but who would have thought that I couldn't even get a piece of dog shit. Some treasure of an empire, and I didn't even see a shadow of a person. The entire Transu Empire had already disappeared. After escaping, he encountered another boss. He thought that this would be a turning point in his life. He should be able to drop something, but nothing. Long Fei was in too much of a mess. However, although he didn't get the Transu's treasure this time, he earned a lot of money. Humans were never satisfied by greed. Long Fei was the same. Sigh. Long Fei sighed in his heart. Seems like I still have to participate in the pill competition. If not, I would be sitting on nothing, and these variant crystal nuclei would be eaten up by the ancestors sooner or later. Long Fei was not worried about the variant crystal nuclei. What he was worried about was that, after the Yen Huang ancestor finished all the variant crystal nuclei, she would attack his mutated monarch set. 18 sets of overlord equipment, how cool. He did not act tough even once, and did not attract any chicks at all. How could he let Yen Huang ancestor eat him? Not even if he was beaten to death. Boom! A few minutes later, Long Fei rushed out of the water. 14 dragon patriarchs rose to the surface as well. Long Fei slightly said, You guys are too ostentatious like this, why not enter your bodies first? This was the territory of the Western Devil Lord. If they were to be discovered by the Master of Magic tribe, they would definitely not be able to hold back. In terms of the current situation, Long Fei didn't want to mess with this big boss, so why did he say that it was a boss? Not just Western Devil Lord. Also, the supreme god of the Palace Question of God is also a big boss. Because of Song Qianqian's sudden appearance, the big boss in Long Fei's heart had another name, Dark Domain Lord Song Qianqing. Although Long Fei had never seen this guy before, he should be the same as the Supreme God and the Western Devil Lord. They were all here for the Dragon Domain. This was the 3 great bosses in Long Fei's heart. He could also be considered the strongest 3 great leaders in the gods' martial continent. He hadn't even become a top powerhouse yet, so it was best for him to keep a low profile before going against them. Moreover, under the Green Dragon Ancestor's instigation, Dragon Ancestor and the others definitely won't easily help Long Fei. According to him, there are no shortcuts in cultivation, and you can only rely on yourself to walk out one step at a time. Although Long Fei despised those words, he also wanted to walk his own path, step by step. Boom! With a whoosh sound, the green dragon ancestor turned into a shadow and fiercely rushed into Long Fei's body, returning to the inside of the green dragon tripod. Next, the black dragon swung its massive tail. Boom! He entered Long Fei's dragon Salureth. The 8 golden dragons moved at the same time and dispersed throughout Long Fei's entire body. Boom! Ghost dragon entered his body. Boom! Poisonous dragon feathers. Sea Dragon King trembled slightly as he stared at Long Fei and said, "Boss, I'm here." Suddenly, Long Fei seemed to have thought of something and said, "Sea Dragon King, wait a moment." Sea Dragon King could not stop the car and asked, "What's wrong? Boss, is there no space in your body?" He was really afraid of that. During this period of time, fighting together with the Azure Dragon and the others reminded him of the past. When they were still ignorant of the young dragons, the battle of life and death made him think of life and death together, and now he felt like that again. He wanted to be together with them. Long Fei said, "What do you mean there's no space in my body? It's not like I'm in a parking lot. I asked you to give me a drop of your blood essence." The blood essence of the Sea Dragon King was the one that had unlocked the second layer of the dragon domain's heart. Long Fei would always remember this in his heart. After returning to the God Emperor Academy, he would definitely study it thoroughly and plan out the path he would take. The gods' martial continent's 3 great bosses pressed down on his heart. The secret of the dragon domain. The secret behind the Long family's disappearance. Furthermore, Long Fei had to take care of the calamities of the dragon race as well. He needed to know all of these. Sea Dragon King was shocked and said, "I thought your body was already full. If you wanted blood essence, say it earlier. Look how scared I am." Sea Dragon King condensed a drop of blood essence, and the blood essence landed on Long Fei's palm, and he stored it among the space ring. It was also at this time. Rumble! Sea Dragon King entered Long Fei's body forcefully and charged into his body. He shouted excitedly, "Brothers, I'm coming!" Sea Dragon King was truly relegated. At this moment, in another area, a few hundred km apart in the ocean, the sea monster's eyes trembled as its entire body trembled. It excitedly asked, "Did you see it clearly? Did you see it clearly? How many, how many?" The messenger of Magic Master beside him also had an incomparably astonished expression. Looking at everything that was happening in the distance, he did not dare believe it, and his lips trembled as he said, 10, 14, 14. 14 huge dragons. Dragon race, they are all dragons. Could it be that the dragon domain has opened? Dragons were strong creatures in everyone's heart. Ever since the dragon domain disappeared, there were no more such giant dragons. It was as if they had forever disappeared. However, their fear and respect for the dragon had never disappeared. On the contrary, because the longer the dragon domain disappeared, the more respect they felt for the dragon. The sudden appearance of 14 huge dragons caused their hearts to pound. As they watched the 14 gigantic dragons charge into a person's body, their hearts were almost unable to withstand the pressure. It was too shocking. "Wait for me at Endless City. I will immediately report it to the Master of Magic Tribe." Chapter 870 Little Beauty, You're Finally Back. Chapter 870 Little Beauty, You're Finally Back, Sea Dragon King. You are senior and are the second general of God's martial continent. Your strength is only inferior to the Yuan Long, but you are a newbie here. So, we have to rearrange the rankings. The Blood Dragon said seriously. Sea Dragon King said slightly, "Blood Dragon, do you want to redraw the rankings? Come, let's go out and have a chat alone." The Blood Dragon ancestor immediately became listless and said, "Sea Dragon King, you are a barbarian. Don't use force so easily." Sea Dragon King said, "Of course. If you are unconvinced, we can settle it by force. F***ck. You really are a boor, I won't tell you. Blood Dragon Ancestor immediately did not speak. He wasn't a match for the two of them. Do you think that the Second Great War of the Dragon Domain was called for nothing? All the dragons began to roar with laughter. Ha ha ha! Poisonous Ancestor giggled. Sea Dragon King, if you have the guts, let me smack you with my ass first, I'll fight with you. Sea Dragon King arrogantly said, Old Poison, do you believe that I won't slap your ass out of your mouth? Ha ha ha! Another burst of laughter. The atmosphere was really good. Green Dragon Ancestor coughed and said, Stop messing around, there are some things that you need to talk about. The Azure Dragon was a schemer. As soon as his words fell, everyone quieted down. Green Dragon Ancestor said, We are already clear about how weak our boss is when we travel to Transu. In the past we thought boss was very weak, so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. The truly weak one is us, so we still have 5 more years to go. In these 5 years, we have to use everything we have to cultivate and break through, and before the Dragon Domain opens, we have to make ourselves strong enough to defend against this tribulation. This might be our last chance. Not this time, we will never be able to turn the situation around. Everyone fell silent. They weren't even able to withstand the force of variation of the tribulation that the Transu S had transcended. If it was true Calamity's power, they would have been killed instantly without even thinking. Back then, if it wasn't for the Yuan Long keeping them here. They are dead now. This time, if they failed again, then they really wouldn't have a chance to turn the situation around. The Green Dragon Ancestor continued to speak. Also, Sea Dragon King, you can't tell boss about the matters of the Dragon Domain, the Dragon Race, or the Long family. Let him solve it step by step. Dragon Domain also needs him to personally go and open it. We can't help him, and even more so, we can't take him along shortcuts because this is his path. Sea Dragon King nodded and said, I understand. The Green Dragon Ancestor knew that there were many differences between the current Long Fei and the previous Yuan Long. Long Fei had to walk his own path. Thus, there were many times when they wouldn't care about Long Fei's life or death, because the limit was already being used to break it. What was Long Fei's limit? Until now, they still had not discovered the extent of Long Fei's limit. They thought that Long Fei was not Dryad King's match, that Dryad King had been viciously killed. They thought that Long Fei would not be able to withstand the Sea Dragon King's 3 moves, but Long Fei did. They thought that Long Fei was not a match for Transu Emperor, but Long Fei had almost insta-killed him. The Azure Dragon couldn't be seen at all. If the Green Dragon Ancestor had let Long Fei escape while they were still Dryad King, they would not have been able to see what happened afterwards. Thus, they knew this. Long Fei's path would definitely be his own, they could not interfere. Green Dragon Ancestor muttered in his heart, Boss, you only have 5 years, only 5 years. The fate of the dragon race is in your hands. Moreover, the fate of Long family is also in your hands. To the Dragon Clan, this is a tribulation that lasts for 3,330,000 years. It is also a tribulation that lasts for your Long family. Boss, you have to become stronger as soon as possible. Long Fei could not hear the meetings of the Dragon Ancestors. However, he knew clearly in his heart that he would have to walk his own path in the future. The Azure Dragon wouldn't help, and neither would Sea Dragon King. The limit, only in the desperate situations of life and death could he continuously break through. 5 days later at Endless City's port. Huff! Long Fei took a deep breath. I'm finally back. I almost lost my life. Long Fei jumped down from a small, dilapidated fishing boat that still leaked water. He held Song Qianqian's hand with his left, while his right hand pulled Ling Long and the other 2 to land. The 2 of them recovered very quickly, fast to the point that even Long Fei was jealous. This was also because of the blood veins' power within their bodies. One was the primordial profound female blood vein, and the other was a vein of ancient rosefinch. Both of them possessed incomparable strength of blood vein, which made Long Fei urge in his heart, "Ancestor, my blood vein, you ate my crystal core, deity crystal, can you do something to me?" Yen Huang Ancestor coughed a few times and said, "Brat, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you know how difficult it is to work slowly?" Long Fei said, "Look at them, they are all powerful blood vein, I want them too." Pan Xing's Pan Gu bloodline. These ancient superfamilies were all passed down through powerful blood veins. If not, they would not be able to get up from the ground after being suppressed by the Long family this time. With the rise of the Pan family, more and more superfamilies would appear, and these superfamilies would come to suppress the Long family. All of them were high-level blood veins, holy veins, ancient blood veins. Long Fei wanted them too. Yen Huang Ancestor said, "Don't worry, it won't be long before it'll be completed." "That's what you said." Long Fei immediately said. Yen Huang Ancestor disdainfully said, "Damn, you still don't believe in my ability?" Long Fei said, "Do you want to hear the truth?" Yen Huang Ancestor said, "Speak." Long Fei said, "I don't really believe, I only believe that you can eat." Yen Huang Ancestor's body sank, as if he was struck by lightning. Long Fei asked, "What's wrong with you?" Yen Huang Ancestor said, "My liver hurts, I don't want to talk to you." Long Fei grinned and did not speak any further. Actually, Long Fei also knew in his heart that there were some things that couldn't be rushed. The matter of the blood vein would definitely shock him, and he was also incomparably looking forward to it. Long Fei walked to the entrance of the Endless City and said, "Both of you are still recovering. Rest in the city for a day, and return to the God Emperor Academy tomorrow." At the entrance of the city, in the restaurant, the vulgar man with the harpoon sat at the window. He was the one who sat at the same seat as Song Qianqian previously, but now this seat had already been reserved by him. He looked at the city gate and murmured, "My little beauty, where did you go?" Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a bright light. Little beauty. Chapter 871 Drunkenness Wine. Chapter 871 Drunkenness Wine. Quickly go to the city lord's mansion and get someone. When the vulgar man saw Long Fei, his eyes flashed with a cold light. The last time he was sent flying by Long Fei, he had to get back at him. He believed that he would definitely not let Long Fei escape this time. "Let's eat something here first. I'm really hungry." Long Fei walked into the tavern and shouted at the shopkeeper, "Bring all the dishes you have." It was also at this time. He walked to Song Qianqian's side and asked in concern, "Little beauty, did he do anything to you?" Without waiting for Song Qianqian to speak, Long Fei took a step forward and instantly slapped him. "You look too ugly, it affects my appetite, get out." "Pa!" With a slap, the man was sent flying out of the tavern and smashed into the street, causing him to fall flat on his face. Long Fei's eyes were wide open as he stared at the lackeys and said, "Should I do it or should you guys do it yourselves?" He attacked without saying a word. Long Fei didn't give the vulgar man a chance to react at all. Those lackeys didn't dare to resist. In Endless City, they were local serpents, but a fierce dragon was just like a river, even local serpents like them couldn't defend against them. A few underlings immediately jumped out of the window. Coincidentally, just as the man was getting up, he smashed down, pressing the man firmly onto the ground. "Io, my waist! This is so painful." Long Fei did not pay attention to him, and said, "Boss, what are you daydreaming for? Quickly order the dishes, I'm going to faint from hunger." The innkeeper was startled and immediately urged, "Quick, quick, serve the dishes to this lord." He was also afraid of Long Fei. All the customers in the tavern left in a mere minute, because they knew the identity of the vulgar man. He was the nephew of the Endless City's city lord, and also the tyrant of the Endless City. None of the people who provoked him had a good ending. If they didn't turn into a cripple, they would be beaten to death. A few kind-hearted people said to Long Fei, "Young lad, stop eating and quickly leave the city. If you're late, you won't be able to leave." Youngsters nowadays are too impetuous. They don't even think about the consequences if they attack without a word. It's easy to get into trouble when you're young. Long Fei only smiled faintly and did not pay any attention to him. After floating in the sea for 5 days, he was now so hungry that his chest was pressed against his back. Even if the sky collapsed, he still had to fill his stomach. Song Qianqian and Ling Long also needed to recover their stamina. The best way to recover physical strength was to replenish energy and eat. Seeing that Long Fei did not listen to them, the few kind-hearted people did not dare to stay any longer and quickly left the tavern. Outside the tavern, the vulgar man cursed loudly, "Brat, today you're dead for sure. You tried to steal my woman, but you didn't ask around in the endless city to find out who I am." Without waiting for the man to finish, Long Fei flung the chicken bone in his mouth with his right hand, and used the technique literally flying dagger. Pa! It directly shot into the vulgar man's mouth, and once again flipped him over. Long Fei's cold voice came out and said, "If you let me hear your voice again, I won't be flying like a chicken bone." Long Fei tore off a piece of chicken leg and started to wolf it down. While he was wolfing down his food, there was still a group of people in the room. Messenger of Magic Master slightly said, "Master Sea Demon, he is that brat from Long family, named Long Fei." When they came back from the sea, they had been waiting for Long Fei at Endless City. The moment Long Fei had landed on the shore, they had known, and was sure that Long Fei would come to Endless City. They were waiting here. He is an esteemed guest of the Master of Magic tribe. While they were talking, the Sea Demon waved his right hand and said, "Bring him a bottle of good wine. Consider it a small gift." Messenger of Magic Master took the wine pot and asked, "Master, what wine is this?" Sea Demon grinned and said, "Drunken God wine." The Messenger of Magic Master was startled, but immediately followed up with an excited laugh, "Understood." And then, Messenger of Magic Master did not personally send the wine, but rather stayed in the backyard to be served by an assistant. "Big fish and big meat, you must have wine. Otherwise, how boring would it be?" "Wine, wine, wine," Long Fei shouted. As the drunken god wine was served, Long Fei drank it all without thinking. The wine was burning hot like a flame from his throat all the way to his stomach, causing his stomach to churn violently. Long Fei's face was completely red, his nose and ears were filled with anger. "Damn, this wine! Isn't it too fierce? Gudong, gudong!" After continuously pouring it into his stomach, his mouth felt like it was about to burst into flames. It was as if his entire body was rolling in the flames. It was an indescribably comfortable and relaxing feeling. Long Fei roared out, "Do you still have more wine like that? 10 more jars." Plop! The Sea Demon in the room almost fell off her chair as her face paled. Is this guy crazy? The raw materials for the drunken god wine were extremely precious. Just a small pot like this would cost a single immortal crystal, but Long Fei was stuffy over it. This was something that could even make a god drunk. It was something that could only be done with a single drop. Long Fei was actually like a completely fine person. Even the Kaija himself couldn't take it. Messenger of Magic Master slightly asked, "Master, what do we do? I want to see how long you can last." Finished. He took out another 10 flasks of drunken god wine. These were his last 10 flasks, and each jug was equivalent to his lifeline. In order to bring Long Fei into the Demon City, he would risk it all. Messenger of Magic Master brought down the 10 jugs of wine, causing the Sea Demon's heart to ache. Holy sh*t. This wine is so good. Long Fei picked up the wine pot and poured it in, the kind of energy that would make his entire body clash, absorbing everything in his body crazily. It was as if he was constantly breaking through his limit. It had to be said that this feeling was very exciting. Long Fei was not an idiot. He naturally knew that this kind of divine wine could not be found in such a small place. There had to be someone here, although he didn't know who it was. But since there was such a good wine, wouldn't he just waste it to show his own worth? Other than that, every time Long Fei drank the drunken god wine, the system would send a notification sound. Ding! System notification. Player Long Fei has become 10% more drunk. Ding! System notification. Player Long Fei has become 10% more drunk. A single pot of wine was equivalent to an increase of 10%. If he were to reach 100%, what would happen? Something must have come out. Long Fei dared to guarantee that the system would not make a sound for no reason, and this strong alcohol was filled with dense energy. Just the smell of the wine made Song Qianqian and Ling Long a little drunk. Song Qianqian secretly locked the space between his brows and said, "Long Fei, there's something wrong with the wine." Ling Long also noticed it and said, "This wine has a special smell and is not made from ordinary grains. Senior brother, drink slowly." The two of them also discovered some clues. Long Fei laughed and did not stop. He drank the 11th jug of wine. The system sounded out a notification sound. Long Fei shouted excitedly, "Coming!" Ding! Chapter 872 Wine God Title. Chapter 872 Wine God Title. The system would not sound out a notification for no reason. There must be a reason. After using the system for a few years, Long Fei was very clear on this point. He poured the 10th pot of drunken wine into his stomach but did not trigger it. He only increased his drunkenness to 100%. The 11th jug of wine entered his stomach. The system sounded out, "Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for reaching 200% drunkenness. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the title of Wine God. You have received 10,000 experience points, 1,000 power of celestial points, and 1,000 points as a special reward. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Divine Awakened Fist. Do you wish to learn it?" As expected, through the system, Long Fei found a title on top of his head, Wine God. Cultivate. Long Fei moved his body and started practicing the intoxicated Divine Fist. He was completely awake now, just like a normal person, except he was currently in a state of intoxication that others would not be able to detect. The messenger of Magic Master said slightly, "Lord Sea Demon, he's fine. Is there a problem with your wine?" "Impossible. I personally made every single pot of drunken god wine. There shouldn't be any problems. I can only make 1 cup at a time. If he doesn't die from drinking 11 bottles of drunken god wine, he will be drunk for at least 10 days to half a month." Messenger of Magic Master asked, "Then why does he look like a person who is fine?" The sea demon recalled the scene of the 14 dragon tribes entering his body from the sea. His eyebrows tightened. The dragon's power must have been neutralized by the dragon's power. "All right then. In that case, we'll rob them." The sea demons had no other choice. He had originally wanted to use a less troublesome method to bring Long Fei to the demon city, but now it seemed that he could only be dealt with by force. However, when the sea demon thought about the scene of 14th dragon ancestor entering Long Fei's body, his heart grew cold. How can he be an opponent? Just as they were thinking about how to take Long Fei to the demon city, a series of loud noises came from the streets of Endless City. Endless City bodyguards rushed over. His aura shook the heavens. The man's anger flared up and he shouted, "Here, here! Uncle! He's here!" When the army of guards arrived, the vulgar man became even more unrestrained. He shouted complacently at Long Fei, who was in the tavern, "You dog, today I, your father, want your life." Schwa! A chopstick pierced through the void and pierced through the vulgar man's throat. The man spat out his eyes as he clutched his throat, blood gushing out from his mouth. He fell to the ground and twitched his legs a few times. Dead. 1 hit kill. The system sounded out. Long Fei did not care about it, but was secretly shocked. Damn, the title of Wine God actually has the effect of increasing power. The strength from earlier was clearly stronger than before. Once the vulgar man died. The few lackeys beside him were so scared that their legs turned to jelly, and they started shouting for help. City Lord, the young master is dead. The young master is dead. When a pot-bellied middle-aged man saw his nephew lying in a pool of blood, all hope went out of him. He immediately became furious and shouted, "Cut him into 10,000 pieces! Kill him!" In the tavern, Song Qianqian suddenly stood up. Linglong also stood up. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he laughed lightly. "You guys eat slowly, I just so happened to see how strong the fist techniques that I had just comprehended are." Finished. Without waiting for the guards to rush in, Long Fei's figure blurred. Rumble! The guards who rushed up to the tavern's entrance were all rushed out by him alone. Drunken God Fist. Long Fei tilted his body, as though he was falling on the ground, and suddenly punched out. The power of this punch was extremely strong. In that moment, all the strength in his body circulated to a point, and with one move, his entire body moved. His strength broke through the air, and a single punch was enough to kill him. Bam! A guard was sent flying hundreds of meters away, his internal organs all shattered. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Endless City Guard, for obtaining 1000 EXP, 100 power of celestial and 10 energy values. Sharp! Long Fei shouted these two words and then threw out another punch. Another instant kill. Long Fei was now at the 8th stage of the Virtual Immortals, adding the power in the intoxicated state, coupled with the power of the intoxicated God Fist. He struck his fist out explosively. Facing these spiritual level guards, they were all instantly killed. All of a sudden, corpses flew everywhere. Long Fei's drunk figure continued to travel back and forth. In the box, the messenger of Magic Master was stunned as he muttered, "Lord Sea Demon, can your wine still increase its power? Why haven't I seen you increase your strength before?" The Sea Demon's heart was filled with endless bitterness. "Leave. I don't want to talk to you." This was too much of a blow. It was obviously the wine he brewed, but he actually didn't know that the drunken god wine had this kind of effect. He brewed it onto dogs based on his own brewing method. At the same time, the Sea Demon watched as Long Fei went berserk all the way, and the space between his eyebrows tightened. This is a good opportunity to control those two women downstairs. A few Magic Tribe S immediately stood up. Messenger of Magic Master also instantly frowned and said slightly, "Lord Sea Demon is also Lord Sea Demon." The Sea Demon shouted, "Cut the crap, hurry up and do it." In addition, one of them is Song Qianqing's adopted daughter. You guys need to be careful. Don't hurt her, she might become our young master's wife in the future. He was clear on this point. Moreover, this was something that young master Zhou Lai had specially sent someone to ask him to be careful. On the street, Long Fei threw punches randomly, without any pattern or technique, without any movement. It was simply the intoxicated divine fist. Endless City's guards were completely disintegrated by his barrage. Long Fei stared at the pot-bellied fatty and said, "Who wants to dismember my body into 1,000 pieces just now?" That fatty's face turned white as he said, "Brat, this is Endless City, it is the territory of the demon area. If you dare to act wantonly here, this master of Magic Tribe will not forgive you." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's figure moved. "Fuck, Luoli, stop being so annoying and just turn it into my experience." Shwa! He threw a punch, sending him flying into the air. His body moved and he leaped into the air. Both of his fists landed heavily on Yi Shiwen's head. 2 strikes. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Endless City Lord, for obtaining 12,000 experience, 200 power of celestial points, 10 energy values points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Immortal Crystal. It would only drop a single Immortal Crystal. Long Fei disdained, you poor bastard. It was also at this time. Long Fei's heart trembled. The fight just now was too fun, it caused him to forget something. The drunken god wine was definitely not given to him by the Endless City Lord. A pauper like him would never have such a good thing. Long Fei's eyes narrowed. Crap. Chapter 873 Threatening the Demon City. Chapter 873 Threatening the Demon City. The Divine Awakening Fist was like a quick game. It was a wild, chaotic, exhilarating journey. So much so that Long Fei forgot about Song Qianqian and Ling Long. When he thought about that, he realized that Song Qianqian and Ling Long were already standing on the street, bound by two magic tribes. Messenger of Magic Master walked out with a faint smile, looked at Long Fei and said, "We meet again." He was the magic tribe that appeared at Undead City last time. Long Fei's brows tightened. Looking at Song Qianqian and Ling Long, the anger in his heart instantly ignited as he coldly said, "If I were you, I would release them." Messenger of Magic Master immediately said, "Don't worry, we will definitely not hurt them, but our Master of Magic tribe wants to see you. If you can come with us, I can guarantee with my life that nothing will happen to them." Song Qianqian immediately said, "Long Fei, you can't go." Ling Long also followed, "Senior brother, you can't go." Messenger of Magic Master's forehead turned sinister, his face darkened and he laughed. "They are all your women, you don't want to see them die here, right? Threatening me?" Long Fei was unsure of what he wanted to do, and he thought to himself, "Western Devil Lord wants to see me? Revenge? Impossible. If he was going to take revenge, then why did he come personally?" Regardless if what the Messenger of Magic Master said was true, he could not threaten him, nor could he use the lives of the people around him to threaten him. This had already touched the bottom line in Long Fei's heart. Adding the state of being drunk, the flames of fury on Long Fei's body started to burn. Messenger of Magic Master's face froze for a moment. Thinking back to the last time when Long Fei used that giant golden palm that descended from the sky, his heart trembled. He couldn't withstand that kind of impact. Messenger of Magic Master replied immediately, "It's not a threat, but if we were to invite you over, you would definitely not agree to it. Long Fei, we did not want to hurt you, nor did Master of Magic Tribe want to hurt you. Otherwise, we would have already attacked you when you were in the Endless Mountain." The anger on Long Fei's body burned hotter and hotter. "Let them go," Long Fei said gloomily. Although he was afraid of Long Fei in his heart, but he was even more afraid of the punishment that the Master of Magic Tribe would give him. Seeing Long Fei's cold eyes, Messenger of Magic Master walked over to Linglong's side. His aura instantly burst forth, enveloping Linglong completely as he said, "Long Fei, you are very strong, but no matter how strong you are, you will not be as fast as me. I don't want to hurt them, but if you dare to take a step forward, then I'll have to ruthlessly destroy them." His power surged like a prehistoric beast opening its bloody jaws. If Long Fei moved the slightest bit, Linglong would instantly die. Linglong shouted, "Senior brother, don't worry about us, hurry up and run." In her heart, Master of Magic Tribe was not a good person. She knew that Long Fei would definitely be injured if he entered the demon area. With Long Fei's strength, it would not be difficult for him to escape. Cluck, cluck. Long Fei clenched his teeth tightly. In his drunken state, he was extremely irritable in his heart, and was unable to calm down. However, he was clear about one thing: if he were to make a move, Ling Long would really die. He brought Ling Long out. He also wanted to bring her back to the God Emperor Academy. Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I'll follow you, let them go." Messenger of Magic Master's heart that was hanging at his throat relaxed as cold sweat dripped down from his palms. If Long Fei were to make a move and Ling Long dies, then he would probably be killed by Long Fei as well. However, he won the bet just now. Messenger of Magic Master was secretly happy. Long Fei, is this your weakness? And then, the Messenger of Magic Master said slightly, how should I trust you? Long Fei's eyes slightly narrowed and said, I, Long Fei, will keep my word. If I said I would go with you, I will definitely go with you. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Messenger of Magic Master's heart almost could not bear it. I don't care. The sea demon said that he definitely could not let go of Song Qianqian and Ling Long, but he was a little unable to endure the pressure that was being emitted from Long Fei's body. While they were talking, Messenger of Magic Master ordered Song Qianqian to be released. Song Qianqian did not leave and said, I will exchange with her, let her go, I will go with you. Ling Long shook her head. Sister Qian, hurry up and leave with senior brother. Don't worry about me. Messenger of Magic Master shouted, it is my decision who is allowed to live. There was naturally a reason to let Song Qianqian go, and the reason was that he did not dare to do anything to Song Qianqian either. Furthermore, Song Qianqian's cultivation was very strong. If the smell of the intoxicated god wine did not cause them to sink into a state of slight intoxication, it would not have been easy for them to capture Song Qianqian. And then again, Ling Long was simple and easy to control. The risk was also much smaller. Messenger of Magic Master said lightly, I will release another one when we reach the demon city. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. He was truly unhappy about the feeling of being threatened, very unhappy. Long Fei moved. He took a small step forward. Messenger of Magic Master immediately became nervous and said, Long Fei, she's your little junior sister, right? You don't want to see her die here, do you? The Dark Sea Demons were also preparing to take action. If Long Fei dared to move, he would instantly attack. Only the few of them were left on the street, and those ordinary citizens couldn't withstand the aura being emitted from their bodies. Huff! Huff! Long Fei deeply exhaled 2 breaths, his body relaxed as he said, All right, we'll do as you say. He had won again, and he was even more certain that the relatives around Long Fei were his fatal weakness. Messenger of Magic Master smiled, and took out a pellet from his bosom. This is a soul-sealing pellet. It will allow you to lose your power of Celestial within 24 hours. There's no other way. You're too strong, so I have to be on guard. He advanced another step, and once again tried to test Long Fei's bottom line. Long Fei received the soul-sealing pellet in one hand. Without even thinking, he swallowed the soul-sealing pellet, and with a voice filled with rage, he asked, Is it okay now? Song Qianqian simply did not have time to stop them. The soul-locking pill was a kind of magic pill. Once it entered the body, it would imprison the power of Celestial. A warrior would not have any power of Celestial value, so other than the body being a little stronger, he was no different from an ordinary person. However, Long Fei did not frown at all. It didn't matter if she touched him. But he could not touch the people around him. Moreover, the soul-sealing pellet, for a man with a pubis that was damaged and didn't have a power of Celestial, was it useful? Even if it worked, to a person who possessed a chaos realm in their body, breaking through the soul-locking pill was an easy task. After doing all of this, the Messenger of Magic Master let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, ha ha ha! The moment the sea demon appeared, a palm descended. Long Fei's gaze tensed up, and he did not try to dodge it. His entire body fainted from the impact. The moment he closed his eyes, a man suddenly appeared beside Song Qianqian. Young Devil Lord Zhou Lai. Chapter 874 Western Devil Lord. Chapter 874 Western Devil Lord. He was tricked? Was he tricked by Song Qianqian? At that moment, Long Fei did not know, but his heart was in complete chaos. However, the instant he closed his eyes, he saw the man beside Song Qianqian blocking her shoulders, and a pleased cold smile surfaced on his face. Had he been tricked? He had lost consciousness for who knows how long. Long Fei felt his head sink, followed by a surge of powerful energy surging through his body, causing him to become clear-headed. Boom! Long Fei shook his brain, his eyes opened wide in anger. He first felt secretly, his energy flow was very normal, and he did not seal the power of Celestial because of the soul-locking pill. Then he looked around at his surroundings. This was a gigantic devil palace. It was like an ancient temple, with a few furious diamond gigantic demons sitting on both sides of the hall. In the middle was a giant demon that was riding on a cloud, its body filled with a thick aura of power. This was the demon palace. The statue in the hall was indeed of the Western Devil Lord. The moment Long Fei woke up, a resounding voice sounded, "You're awake?" Long Fei stood up, looked at the giant demon in the middle, and asked, "Are you talking?" Buzz! A ball of mist condensed from all directions, and rapidly condensed into a face that looked exactly like the statue, and said, "I am Western Devil Lord." "Oh," Long Fei said, "no need to introduce yourself, you've gone through so much trouble to get me here, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush." The Western Devil Lord smiled and said, very straightforward, "I want you to serve me. I can guarantee that you won't die." Long Fei found it somewhat funny and said, "On what basis do you want me to serve you? Is it because you've brought me here? Let's get to the point." What guarantee that he wouldn't die? Long Fei's life had never been in the hands of others. Nothing else. Just the Super Saiyan and Big Day Tashigata themselves had already cooled down. It was unknown who was the one to spare and who was the one to not die. If Long Fei could see the real Western Devil Lord, he really wanted to give it a try. Who knows? Then again, the giant demons of the breaking through the seal were basically suppressed by the Long family back then. They hated the Long family to the bones and definitely would not let it go. Guaranteed that he wouldn't die? This kind of words only came out from Western Devil Lord's mouth when he was trying to trick a 3-year-old child. Western Devil Lord said indifferently, "Back then your Long family suppressed me, suppressed countless powerhouses. I can help you settle all of these on the condition that you serve me, serve my open dragon domain. I want to obtain dragon domain's treasures." "Right." Long Fei laughed. "Just get to the point." Long Fei continued, "On what basis can I become a open dragon domain?" "Do you know what's in the treasures of the dragon domain?" Western Devil Lord said, "You are the son of the prophecy, and only the people of the Long family can find the dragon domain and open him up. This is a prophecy that has been passed down for millions of years. As for what is inside the dragon domain's treasure deposit, I'm not sure either. Rumor has it that there are countless foreign holy artifact and secret arts that allow one to cultivate longevity. No one has ever been to the dragon domain and no one can explain it clearly." Western Devil Lord did not hide from him. When the Long family was playing him, not long ago, when he escaped from the breaking through the seal, he had a faint feeling that the former Long family was playing a very big game of chess. And all of the central points were gathered around the Long family boy, Long Fei. What could a kid from the virtual immortals stage change? However, the entire God's martial continent swirled around him. He was the eye of the storm. As the Western Devil Lord, if he wanted to be in an invincible position, he had to seize the initiative. He had to control Long Fei first and step into the dragon domain first. This way, he would be able to rule over the entire God's martial continent. Outer Realm Holy Artifact? The divine abilities and secret arts of longevity are really tempting. Long Fei was drooling and he thought to himself, Dragon Domain really has a treasure trove. Since you said that only I can use the open Dragon Domain, do I need to be of use to you? And you even threaten me to promise me that you won't die, I'm really afraid. So what about your Western Devil Lord? Long Fei was not afraid in the slightest. So what if you're a Western Devil Lord? These words were filled with a domineering aura as if he didn't care about them at all. Western Devil Lord trembled slightly, and said, "Back then, I always said that Long Wushan was the most arrogant person in the world, but it seems like you are today, the most arrogant person." Long Wushan was also a flying fairyland back then. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. What about you? However, the virtual immortal stage is already so arrogant, the people of the Long family truly do not know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. As soon as he finished, that ball of mist became sinister. That huge face struggled fiercely as if it was about to break some shackles. He said in a gloomy voice, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Long Fei slightly lifted his eyes and said, "I'm afraid I won't be coming." Western Devil Lord was startled. "You mean?" Long Fei laughed faintly. "You think you can take me down with just the few people you sent? If I didn't want to know what you were up to, I really wouldn't be interested in coming here. You want to kill me? If you have the guts, come at me," Long Fei said arrogantly. "Moreover, you won't be able to kill me either. I am your only hope, and you won't let me die before we find the Dragon Domain." He finally knew why the God Emperor Academy Elder Jiu Jiu had helped him even at several crucial moments. So that was the case. Long Fei thought to himself in his heart, "I can be reckless once I return to the God Emperor Academy." Western Devil Lord stared fixedly at Long Fei, wanting to see through Long Fei, but the more he looked, the more confused he became. The big boy who was in his early 20s in front of him was truly different. Suddenly, Western Devil Lord laughed out loud and said, "I will indeed not kill you, but what about the people around you? Your woman, your brother? Your Nantian region's relatives, their lives?" Not waiting for him to finish, the aura on Long Fei's body fiercely ignited. The head of the Yuan Long and the power of the Yuan Long's body erupted from his sea of consciousness as the power Long Fei released formed a gigantic dragon's roar. "Roar," Long Fei said solemnly. "If you dare to touch one of them, I'm not Long Wushan. If he doesn't kill you, I will." Eerie and domineering, the powerful killing intent coming from Long Fei filled every corner of the Great Hall, and the entire Great Hall was faintly trembling. His family, his brothers, and his women were his weak spots. Nobody can move. If he touched them, he would die. In that instant, Western Devil Lord was stunned by the flames released from Long Fei's body. What a terrifying aura! At the same time, his heart also became slightly excited. As expected, this is your fatal weakness. Ha ha! That's enough! Western Devil Lord smiled faintly and said, "You can go. Before we go, let me remind you that Palace Question of God, Supreme God, and Great Elder Gu Tongtian are your archenemies." Chapter 875 Sorry, I almost lost you. Chapter 875 Sorry, I almost lost you outside the Demon City. Long Fei's gaze was lifeless, his brows knitted tightly. "My father. Is my father dead? Is he no longer in this world?" Long Fei kept asking himself in his mind. He did not know how credible Western Devil Lord's words were. Or was it that he was purposely provoking his relationship with the Palace Question of God? But there was no need. Long Fei had known from the first time he had entered the Outer Space Palace that there would be a day when he would take Palace Question of God out, and there was no need to provoke him. Could it be that what he said is true? Long Fei's mind was in a mess. He is the only son of the prophecy. Only the people from the Long family are able to remove the seal on the Dragon Domain. Could it be that my father had the same experience as me, and that he just didn't open the Dragon Domain, like a useless chess piece, and was thrown away and killed? Huff! Father, no matter what happens, I will make everything clear. Who killed you, I will return 10,000 times the same. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Ling Long ran up, and before Long Fei could react, she threw herself into his embrace. "Senior brother, I'm really worried about you." Long Fei's expression recovered. He gently patted Ling Long's back and laughed. I'm fine, there is no one in this world who dares to do anything to your senior brother. Linglong sobbed softly. Long Fei's heart was in pain. This trip had scared her quite a bit. Long Fei looked at his surroundings and asked, "What about 1,000?" Linglong shook her head and said, "Sister Qian left with an unfamiliar man. Before she left, she said that you would definitely be fine." Linglong left Long Fei's embrace, looked at Long Fei and asked, "Senior brother, Sister Qian, will anything happen to you?" Long Fei turned around and looked at the demon city that was now like a great and ferocious beast, and smiled. She should be fine, right? Song Qianshan's identity was that of the young miss of the dark domain. That was all he knew. What was the relationship between the dark domain and the demon area? Long Fei didn't know. Long Fei realized that he knew very little about Song Qianshan, and he didn't even know what kind of person Song Qianshan was. Long Fei felt a little bitter in his heart. Every person's burden is different, their mission is different, maybe. Your mission is to get close to me, and know the next path of Dragon Domain, right? Huff! Long Fei exhaled and said, "Let's go to God Emperor City." He didn't want to think about it. Whether or not Song Qianshan had a reason to get close to him, or no reason to do so, the only thing Long Fei could do was not to forget her initial intention and advance forward. Then again, there was still a little more than a month before the Academy's tournament. He had to wholeheartedly devote himself to this challenge. Long Fei brought Ling Long and walked in the direction of endless mountains. Ling Long asked, "Senior brother, don't you need to wait for Sister Qian?" Long Fei said, "No need, nothing will happen to her." Ling Long said, "Senior brother, Sister Qian cried before she left." Long Fei replied, "Oh, when she was in the Transu continent, she wanted to die together with you. I could tell that she truly liked you, and at that time she was very fortunate. I don't know why, but even though I was about to die, she was smiling very happily." Suddenly, Long Fei stopped and clenched his fists tightly. After pausing for a few seconds, Long Fei's clenched fists slowly relaxed, and suddenly grew even tighter. On the walls of the demon city, Song Qianshan cried like a tearman. He didn't know why, but he was sad, and he wanted to cry, but he couldn't control himself. He had never cried before. As she watched Long Fei walk further and further away, her tears continuously poured out. Standing beside her was a man, young Devil Lord Zhou Lai. Zhou Lai looked at Long Fei, who had disappeared into the distance, and a smile emerged on his face. He smiled proudly, as if he had won the next battle. They were betting. Zhou Lai bet that Long Fei would definitely not wait for her. But now, Long Fei had gone far away and Song Qianshan had lost. The price of losing was to give up on Long Fei. Zhou Lai lightly patted Song Qianshan's shoulders and consoled him. "He will definitely not return. Qian, what identity do you have? What identity does he have? The two of you are bound to never come back. In this world, I am the only one who truly treats you with my heart. I love you the most." Suddenly, just when Zhou Lai was feeling extremely proud, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Long Fei stared at him and said, "Stay away from my woman, or I will kill you." As soon as he finished, Long Fei walked in front of Song Qianshan. He was extremely tyrannical, just like a tyrannical CEO. He grabbed Song Qianshan in his arms and said softly, "I'm sorry, I almost lost you." At this moment, Song Qianshan was startled for a second. Following that, her tears fell like a dam that burst, as she leaned on Long Fei's shoulder and cried her heart out. Woo woo woo. Woo woo. Long Fei's heart was instantly defeated. His heart ached. Ling Long panted heavily as she ran to the city gate. Seeing Long Fei carrying Song Qianshan in his arms, she giggled. At this moment, Zhou Lai clenched his teeth, the aura on his body ignited, and he shouted out, "Long Fei!" Long Fei stared at him and said, "Why are you calling for your father? You're courting death." Ah! Zhou Lai was infuriated, The power of the golden immortal peak realm on his body burst forth, and the demon immortal roots on his body also burst out. A powerful fiend energy came crashing down. Song Qianqian's tears fell, and she asked, "Zhou Lai, what are you planning to do?" Zhou Lai yelled, "What are you doing? I will kill him." Since he was young, he had been in charge of everything with Song Qianqian. They cultivated together, ate together, and from young, he had always treated Song Qianqian as his future wife. Previously, his status was low and he didn't dare to reveal it. Now, he was a descendant of the Western Devil Lord, and his status was above the Dark Domain's master Song Qianqing. He had the qualifications to express his feelings, and he also believed that he and Song Qianqian were a match made in heaven. However, what Long Fei had done earlier had undoubtedly ignited the fury in the depths of his heart. With a jolt of his body, a powerful force burst forth from his body. At the same time, Long Fei blocked Song Qianqian behind him, and with a step, he shouted, "Come if you dare!" Roar! Both of Long Fei's fists became heavy, and the aura from his body also immediately soared. His fighting spirit ignited, forming a thick layer of flames that directly collided with the flames of qi released from Zhou Lai's body. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder continuously echoed in the air. Zhou Lai frowned. "A mere trash of the virtual immortal stage, you want to fight with me for a woman? Who do you think you are? Who do you think your Long family is? Huh!" Zhou Lai roared, the black golden sword in his hand moved, the 1,000 layers of sword images attacking Xiang Longfei. Chapter 876, Purple Gold Super Boss. Chapter 876, Purple Gold Super Boss. "Long Fei, be careful," Song Qianqian exclaimed. She was very clear about what kind of cultivation Zhou Lai had, and what sword technique he was training in. Golden Immortal Peak Realm. It could be said that he was the #1 person among the younger generation. Adding on the power of the Western Devil Lord's devil arts, Zhou Lai's strength could be considered an extremely strong existence even in the gods' martial continent. Long Fei was just a virtual immortal stage. He could not resist at all. Unable to withstand it? He could not resist it at any other time, but at this moment it was impossible to say no to this situation, much less defend against it. Roar! The aura on Long Fei's body moved, and with a flip of his right palm, he said, "Buddha Palm Technique." Boom! A huge golden palm, with Buddhist light filling the entire sky, smashed down heavily. Zhou Lai's eyes trembled, but there was not the slightest bit of fear as the strength on his body changed accordingly. Rumble! The aura emitted from his body immediately turned into a real ferocious beast. The ferocious beast soared into the sky and became a force that blotted out the heavens, heavily blocking that palm. Die! Zhou Lai moved with all his might, and locked onto the center of Long Fei's brows with his sword. A killing move! Boy, dangerous! Yan Huang Ancestor suddenly shouted. Golden Dragon Master also shouted out loud, "Boss, it's dangerous." S voice came out, "Liars, stop." Peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. A power that could easily crush any elder of the God Emperor Academy and even obtain the inheritance of the Western Devil Lord. His strength was simply too terrifying. Zhou Lai didn't listen at all. He did not care about the treasures of the Dragon Domain. What he wanted to do now was to take back what was his. He wanted to kill Long Fei. The Buddha Palm technique had already been blocked, and the anger in Long Fei's heart began to rise. Motherf ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Fei's body changed as his golden hair shot into the sky. The aura on his body burned up like flames, and as the devil's sword in his hand fell, his gaze darkened as he locked onto Zhou Lai. Broken sword style. Schwa! The sword slashed out. The black gold sword in Zhou Lai's hand struck, thousand-layered mystic moon, kill. One move was like 1,000 moves. The moment the two swords clashed, the power was ferocious and explosively shot out. Long Fei and Zhou Lai were bounced back at the same time, and in that moment, both of them attacked at the same time. Clang! In the world of fire, there were more than 10 moves per second. The two people kept shooting and clashing. Even Song Qianqian could not see them clearly. Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. He was very clear on how strong the Super Saiyan was, but this guy could actually block it. It was the same in Zhou Lai's heart. A virtual immortals stage actually had such a strong power, and it was completely a power he had never seen before. Was this the power of the Long family? Western Devil Lord's eyes also became cold. Even Long Wushan back then did not have this kind of power, right? Nearly half a minute. Long Fei and Zhou Lai had already exchanged over 1,000 moves. No one had gained an advantage. Super Saiyan was indeed strong, but Long Fei's level was relatively low. If it was someone of the same level, Long Fei could easily crush him. However, this was not Long Fei's greatest strength. Zhou Lai gasped as he stared at Long Fei's arrogant expression, his eyes bloodshot. The devil sword in Long Fei's hand moved, and the sword intent of the infinite sword on his body diffused outwards. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. One. The demon sword became a blur, transforming into 1,000,000 long swords. The sword became a blur, forming a tornado of swords. They slashed down towards Zhou Lai crazily. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk Zhou Lai's 10,000 swords slash also came down. The two great sword techniques interweaved, crazily counteracting each other as they charged forward crazily. Rumble! Crack! The black gold sword split open. Zhou Lai's face was filled with shock. A strange power flowed out from his body. Break for me! Boom rumble rumble asterisk the devil sword in the sky let out an ear-piercing hum as it broke right after Long Fei was struck away by a powerful force. The dark golden sword broke as well. Zhou Lai was also knocked back several hundred meters. The blood below his chest was boiling, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale. A few magic tribes rushed over. Young master! Song Qianqian rushed to Long Fei's side, supported Long Fei and said, Long Fei. Long Fei's vital energy and blood also surged below his chest. All of his internal organs seemed to have been moved, making him feel incomparable discomfort. However, he forcefully held it in and laughed out arrogantly. Come again. Ha ha. Although he didn't gain any advantages, but one had to say this battle had been a great one. Satisfied. This also made Long Fei realize that the Super Saiyan was not invincible. The Buddha palm technique was not impossible to break. This battle had allowed Long Fei to understand his own strength even more. Zhou Lai pushed away all of the magic tribe elders with one hand, and the anger in his heart continued to burn crazily as he roared, I must kill you. Boom! He exploded forth with his strength. Long Fei was just as furious. You broke my devil sword and your father's old fire, already started burning. Do you think your father will let you go? Buzz! Long Fei's hands sank, his arms moved, and before Zhou Lai could even get close, he leaped up. In the air, both fists exploded. Lightning force mountain hit fist. Boom! With a clap of thunder, the combination of the Super Saiyan and the mountain hit fist formed a strong resonance. The violent diamond ape's illusory image on Long Fei's arm turned golden. Break my weapon? Get down! Bang! 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 Zhou Lai raised his eyes, the special energy in his body surged once again, the muscles on his body expanded, the veins on his body popped out, and he stepped on them as he smashed towards Long Fei, who was in the air. Rumble! Crack! Long Fei had the upper hand as he punched Zhou Lai down. While he was sick, he had to take his life. In a split second, Long Fei seized the opportunity. Both of his fists went berserk as he frantically threw punches. Bang bang bang! Because of a tiny mistake in strength, Zhou Lai was ruthlessly punched by Long Fei hundreds of times, and smashed him onto the ground. Long Fei didn't stop and fiercely smashed his face into Zhou Lai's again. What's so amazing about you, young Devil Lord? So what if your master is a Western Devil Lord? You despise my Long family? Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to despise my Long family? Punch after punch. Incomparable rage, unstoppable. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, a powerful aura smashed down. With an angry roar, he shouted fiercely, "Long Fei, stop right there!" Western Devil Lord of the Western Devil Lord had appeared. The light emitted from his body was not golden, but purplish gold. This was the true super boss. Chapter 877 Boss Against Boss. Chapter 877 Boss Against Boss. With a roar of rage, the aura he exuded was as powerful as the heavens. He poured everything in. Long Fei was instantly crushed to the point that he couldn't move at all. His strength was terrifying to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. Powerful, incomparable strength. However, Long Fei was displeased and bellowed in his heart, "Golden Dragon Master!" Roar! The Golden Dragon Master didn't care that much as well. The powerful energy of the Golden Dragon Master was directly helping Long Fei to resist the pressure of the Western Devil Lord. Level 6 Unparalleled. Crack! 64 times the usual strength. Every muscle in his body tensed up rapidly, as if his body was about to burst from the force. Long Fei rolled his eyes, staring at the boss Western Devil Lord that was flickering with purple and gold light in the air, laughed coldly. "You said you want to stop, so you stopped? Who the F***K do you think you are?" His fists moved. He threw a punch at Zhou Lai. "Defamate my Long family, break my weapon, and fight with me for my woman. Get up and F***King fight with me again." Bam! Long Fei smashed his fists down onto Zhou Lai's head. Zhou Lai spurted out blood. Western Devil Lord's face was filled with shock. He did not expect that Long Fei had not released even the most powerful of energies, nor did he expect that this madman, Long Fei, would actually dare to attack. "Lie!" Western Devil Lord glared at him and his body fell down heavily. The flames on his body were like 10,000-meter wide waves in a sea of anger, and they didn't even give Long Fei a chance to react before they directly sent him flying. Rumble! Pfft. Long Fei was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as thin as a sheet of white paper, and he had no fear at all, but he was extremely excited in his heart. Fuck, is this the power of the purple gold boss? Goddammit, he's too valiant. If we kill him, he should be able to expose the existence of super artifact, right? I wonder if this fellow is the infernal king of the 18th level of hell? If that's the case. Long Fei excitedly swallowed his saliva. Gudong? Then we really have to go up to the sky. Long Fei was a madman. He didn't care about the danger at all. He only wanted to kill the boss. With a slight movement, she quickly rushed to Long Fei's side and helped him up. Song Qianqian, who was on the city wall, also moved in the air and flew down from the city wall. But, as he was flying above Western Devil Lord, Master of Magic Tribe flipped his right hand and slapped him. Pa! Song Qianqian's body sank, and directly fell from the sky. He smashed onto the ground and rolled dozens of meters away with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as he looked at Long Fei, who was not far away, and said, "Long Fei, run!" Western Devil Lord slowly helped Zhou Lai up. Zhou Lai's face was badly mutilated, her lips trembled as she said, "Master, kill him, help me kill him." He was beaten into this state by Long Fei. Zhou Lai was unhappy. Master of Magic Tribe was even more unhappy. To want to control a madman like Long Fei, it was practically impossible. Master of Magic Tribe's aura surged. Buzz! Long Fei was overwhelmed with shock. Even the killing thought was shrinking, being crushed like this by this strong killing intent. Immediately, Long Fei ignored the severe pain in his body, rushed to Song Qianqian's front and helped her up, then said to Ling Long, "Take care of her." With that, Long Fei's eyes lit up, the idea linked with the Xianbao spirit stones. As long as Western Devil Lord made a move, he would immediately release 1,000,000 power of Celestial S to use the turn Yen Long into God. This was his strongest move. He would never use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Long Fei's actions just now had reached the bottom line of the Western Devil Lord. Since such a madman like him could not control him, it would be better to destroy him. After handing Zhou Lai over to the Sea Demon, the Western Devil Lord's eyes darkened. He stared at Long Fei and said, "The people in the Long family have always been crazy. Today, I'll see how crazy a lowly ant like Long family you are." Boom! The atmosphere suddenly changed. Demonic flames soared to the sky. The sky above the demon city was covered by the demonic flames, making it extremely terrifying. Long Fei's heart was trembling. The Azure Dragon, Sea Dragon, and Gold Dragon started to worry, but other than the Golden Dragon Master protecting Long Fei's entire body, they didn't take action. Powerful! Powerful to the point of exploding on the surface. Long Fei was excited in his heart. He did not know if the turn Yen Long into God was his opponent or not. But now, he had to do it even if he had to. It was impossible to not go. Western Devil Lord also slowly walked over and stared coldly at Long Fei. "I gave you a chance to live, now I won't give you a second chance. Burn with devil fire." Boom! The devilish flames in the sky suddenly ignited, turning into a raging inferno. It looked as if the sky was burning, and the powerful pressure was growing stronger and stronger by the moment. Even the Golden Dragon Master found it a bit hard to endure. Huff! At this moment, Yen Huang Ancestor let out a light breath and said, "It's time for me to take action." He hadn't moved in a long time. During this time, he had not fought at all, and at this time, he knew that Long Fei could not hold on any longer. He had to take action. However, just as the demonic flame was burning, a golden light flashed from the eastern sky. It came down like a meteor. Boom! Wherever the meteor passed, the flames would disappear, forming a long crack. Following that, a human figure would appear beside Long Fei. Palace Question of God, Supreme God. The force from his body exploded out, forming a shock wave that directly shattered the pressure from the shock wave. It was so powerful that it was a complete mess. The corner of Supreme God's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at Western Devil Lord and smiled faintly, saying, "Master of Magic Tribe, how have you been?" Two of the three bosses had appeared. Long Fei withdrew all the strength he had on his body and thought to himself, "Once they start fighting, if they start fighting, the two of you should hurry up and fight. It's best if both of you are injured at the same time. I've suddenly dropped two super strong bosses. That would be great." The moment Supreme God landed, the devil flames on his body suddenly retracted. He stared at Supreme God and laughed coldly. Palace Question of God, Supreme God? In that instant, their eyes met, and their killing intent clashed. Although the two of them retracted their auras, imperceptibly, their powers were frantically fighting, and thunderous roars unceasingly rang out from the 9 heavens. This was the battle between powerhouse. Long Fei couldn't even sense the power from their bodies. The Yen Huang Ancestor said slightly, "They are too strong, even if you use the turn Yen Long into God, they are not your match. They are the people that you are currently unable to fight." Yen Huang Ancestor had once said that none of them were his match. Now, just by comparing the golden light on Supreme God's body with the purple golden light on Master of Magic Tribe's body, Master of Magic Tribe's cultivation was one level higher. The most powerful person in the Palace Question of God was not Supreme God, but rather the Grand Elder Gu Tong Tian. He was Palace Question of God's #1 powerhouse. However, now was the time for the boss to fight the boss. Chapter 878, Open Dragon Domains Heart Level 2. Chapter 878, Open Dragon Domains Heart Level 2. A battle between heaven and earth. What was a battle between heaven and earth? Everything happened in a world invisible to mortals. Many things happened in just a few seconds, but no one knew what happened. At least, Long Fei didn't know. The scene that he wanted to see the most did not appear, and he was a bit depressed. Why didn't they start fighting? This is such a failure. He wanted to take the opportunity to swallow the two bosses, but it seemed impossible now. Supreme God smiled and said, "Master of Magic Tribe, can we leave now?" Western Devil Lord snorted, and didn't say anything. Supreme God looked at Long Fei and a surge of energy held them back as he said faintly, "Let's go." The void moved. In the blink of an eye, Long Fei and the rest landed on the Endless Mountains' teleportation circle. The Supreme God did not stop at all and walked into the teleportation circle. Demon City. Western Devil Lord's face turned scarlet red and the aura from his body suppressed down. He let out a heavy breath and muttered, "I didn't expect that Palace Question of God's Supreme God was actually an immortal peak realm. Palace Question of God is truly worthy of being called the master of the ears of the gods' martial continent. If it's that old fart Gu Tongtian, I'm afraid that he would have already stepped into the high level of the flying immortal stage, right?" The sea demon stepped forward and asked gently, "Lord Master of Magic Tribe, what happened just now?" He didn't know. At the same time, he couldn't see any Empyrean battles either. Master of Magic Tribe trembled slightly and said, "Send down my order, watch over Long Fei closely. Once you discover his location, you must stop his powerhouse at all costs. The secret treasure of the Dragon Domain is the only hope for us to be able to dominate the gods' martial continent." He was very glad right now. It was fortunate that he did not kill Long Fei earlier out of anger, otherwise, he might have regretted it now. Magic Tribe looked to the east and muttered, "Palace Question of God, hee hee. Let's see who can laugh till the end and who can obtain the Dragon Domain's secret treasure." And then, Master of Magic Tribe turned around and used a force to lift Zhou Lai up. He said slightly, "Liar, I will reform your body from a new start. I will make you the #1 person in God's martial continent." Zhou Lai said weakly, "Ancestor, I want Song Qianqian, I want her, I must have her, she is my woman." The center of Master of Magic Tribe's brows sunk as he said indifferently, "Powerhouse can obtain whatever he wants, but if you want to obtain everything, then you better become stronger. Become an existence that can crush anyone, including Long Fei." "A mere Song Qianqian?" Master of Magic Tribe laughed coldly in disdain. "Don't worry, she will definitely be your woman." A white light flashed. Because it was from Supreme God, Song Qianqian was also brought back to God Emperor Academy. The moment Supreme God returned to the teleportation circle of the God Emperor Academy, he gave Long Fei a heavy look, and immediately revealed a concerned expression. "Don't worry, no one will be able to kill you." Finished. He turned into a ball of light and disappeared into the horizon. The moment he returned to the Palace Question of God, he could not take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His entire body was trembling and he kept holding it in, afraid that the Master of Magic Tribe would see through him. He couldn't help it now. Every inch of his body was in intense pain. It was also at this time. The moment he landed, Gu Tongtian saw the space between the brows of the heavily injured Supreme God Titan as a strand of energy entered his body. Supreme God said gratefully, "Master." Gu Tongtian said, "Don't talk, first stabilize your injuries, or else your martial arts training will become unstable. You are currently an immortal peak realm, you cannot have the slightest mistake, or else you will never be able to advance another step." He circulated his energy to heal his injuries. After 3 hours, only then did Gu Tongtian slightly retract his strength. The injuries on Supreme God's body were also being controlled, and he immediately said, "Thank you, Master." Gu Tongtian said. Seems like I underestimated Western Devil Lord. The Supreme God said slightly. His cultivation should be between the first and third stage of the flying immortal stage. His cultivation is slightly weaker than yours. Gu Tongtian laughed bitterly. My cultivation is indeed higher than him, but in terms of lifespan, I am much lower than him. The more war goes on, the faster my lifespan will be consumed. If I am injured, my lifespan will be even less. Lifetime. It was the greatest shackle of all human beings. There was no way to break through. Gu Tongtian was already at his limit. The reason why he had not come out from seclusion for all these years was to avoid any unnecessary battles, so even if he used up a bit of energy, it would affect his lifespan. What he lacked the most now was time. He placed all his hopes on Long Fei. The Supreme God immediately said, Master, this time Long Fei has obtained a dragon body tomb and is entering his body from the sea. I believe that the time for his open dragon domain is not far away. Gu Tongtian's eyes became excited. That's good, that's good. Right now, the god's martial continent is only missing the power of the dragon tail. He hasn't fused it yet. Supreme God immediately said, Rest assured, Master, I will definitely get someone to find the location of the dragon tail tomb as soon as possible. I will definitely do my best to let Long Fei assimilate this power as soon as possible. Gu Tongtian laughed with satisfaction. You don't have to be too anxious either. Even though my lifespan is about to run out, there are still a few more years left. You have experienced the strength of the Western Devil Lord, you must also make your preparations earlier. Let's start with the Academy's tournament. Supreme God immediately replied, Yes, sir. Western Devil Lord stared at Long Fei. Palace Question of God was also secretly staring at Long Fei. They knew everything that had happened around Long Fei like the back of their hands. They all wanted to obtain the Dragon Domain's secret treasure. Maybe this was their chance to change their fate. At this moment, after Long Fei finished handing in his mission of Nether King's Sea God's blood, and successfully registered for the alchemy competition, he brought the weakened Song Qianqian back to Logistics Department. Song Qianqian was resting. Long Fei let out a light breath and took out the Dragon Domain's heart. The first step had already been opened. He needed the Sea Dragon King's essence blood to open the second step. Long Fei secretly tensed up and said, It's time for the second level of the Open Dragon Domain's heart. The people of the Palace Question of God are looking for the Dragon Domain, and the Western Magic Tribe is also looking for them. What exactly are the secret treasures of the Dragon Domain? Or is it a secret art of eternal life? Long Fei was a little excited as he took out the Sea Dragon King's essence blood and dripped it onto the Dragon Domain's heart. Next, after the Dragon Domain's heart absorbed all of the Sea Dragon King's blood essence, it released the sound of gears turning. A series of mechanical-like sounds came out, and Long Fei also became slightly excited. Opening the first layer of the Dragon Domain's heart, Long Fei obtained the heaven-opposing cultivation technique. Turn Yen Long into God. Then, what would he get from opening the second layer? This was like opening a chest in a game, and it was opening an ultimate treasure chest. Long Fei's heart became more and more nervous. Just what is it and what are the good things? A long half a minute passed. The heart of the Dragon Domain suddenly stopped moving. The system beeped. Ding. Chapter 879 Long Fei Fury. Chapter 879 Long Fei Fury, Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for opening the second layer of Heart of Dragon Domain. You have received 10,000 experience points, 1,000 power of celestial, 1,000 points, and a special reward of 1,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Heavenly Dragon Transformation Art. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding. System notification. The third level of the open dragon domain's heart requires the blood essence of the sky tyrant dragon. The system beep sounded continuously. When Long Fei heard the words, Heavenly Dragon Transformation Art, his blood started to boil, ha ha ha. The second move of the God transforming technique. Cultivate. Cultivate immediately, how can you not? If the turn Yen Long into God was able to instantly kill the Transu Emperor, then the Heavenly Dragon Transformation Art, on the second floor would be even more powerful. Just from the name alone, Tian Long was much more powerful than Yen Long cultivation method. Heavenly Dragon Transformation Art Grade. Consumption. 1. 5 million power of Celestial S description, transformed into a Celestial Dragon. Looked at the power of Celestial that was being exhausted, and his heart secretly tightened, as expected. The greater the consumption, the stronger the attack. This was a law that would never change. Heavenly Dragon Transformation Art. Long Fei was incomparably excited. What's on the third floor? Sky Tyrant Dragon Blood Essence? What kind of dragon is this? Long Fei had never heard of such a T-Rex. However, his grandfather who transformed into a dragon was a tyrannosaur, but it wasn't a Sky Tyrant dragon. Could it be that it still hadn't reached the peak of its level yet? Will grandfather's blood essence be the password to open the third level of the dragon domain's heart? Long Fei muttered in his heart and thought to himself, after this year's academy tournament is over, I'll find some time to return to the Nantian region. I have to go back for a while. Long Fei always had a bad premonition in his heart. He always felt that something had happened in the Nantian region. Lang Qianli had been sent out for a long time, but he still had not returned. He was a shadow soldier, unless he was a super powerhouse, otherwise, no one would discover him. Something must have happened. Lang Qianli would not be sentenced to death. Grandfather. Jojo, Leopard Girl, Luo Shi, just you wait, I will definitely rush back as soon as possible. Long Fei secretly made his decision in his heart. He would make a trip to the Nantian region after the academy competition this time, and he had to investigate this matter thoroughly, otherwise, he would not be able to cultivate in peace. At this moment, Sun Data supported Fan Tong into the logistics department and said angrily, Isn't that too much of a bully, just an official disciple? What's so great about that? Fan Tong was beaten black and blue. Not just him. Sun Datu, the army and the other service disciples all had some injuries. During this period of time, every time they released their qi, they would be attacked and punched. He didn't take them seriously at all. Long Fei heard the sound and immediately walked out of the room. Seeing the injuries on Sun Datu and the rest, he became furious and walked forward. Who hit you guys? Sun Datu did not know that Long Fei had returned. Seeing Long Fei who had suddenly charged out, he immediately shook his head and said, No one, we ourselves do not have the heart to fall into such a state. What did it fall on? Dajuan said angrily, We were beaten up by them, the disciples of the College of Martial Arts Training. Each and every one of them arrogantly acted like they were 250, what's so special about that? The Sun Data gave the army a meaningful glance, signaling them to stay silent. Great Army said, Leader's son, since Long Fei is back, there is nothing much to hide from him. Young Master Long, after you leave, we are bullied by the people of 18 great material halls almost every day. Look at how badly Fan Tong has been beaten up. Young Master Long, my great army requests nothing else. I only beg of you, for one thing, you must trample all over the 18 great material halls in the academy competition and avenge us brothers. The great army said fiercely. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. 18 great material halls. After Long Fei went to the Endless Mountains, Green Dragon Material Hall and the White Tiger Kung Fu tribe took the lead. The 18 great material halls responded, and a few new disciples specifically gave them a sandbag in front of the people of Sun Dat. He didn't take them seriously at all. It was because Long Fei had desecrated the goddess in their hearts. Oya. If they couldn't find Long Fei, they would find the person beside Long Fei to vent their anger. Without waiting for Long Fei to rush out to the logistics department to grab Long Fei, he said, Long Fei, we are fine. Even if we are beaten up, they would not dare to do anything to us. You can't be rash now. There's only a month's time until the Academy's competition. You can't waste it on us. If you want to take revenge for us, just do as the army says. Defeat all of the 18 great material halls. The Sun Datu was forever thinking for Long Fei. There was only 1 month of time, and it was urgent. Long Fei could not waste even a little bit of time. Long Fei looked at the Sun Datu, looked at his many brothers, and said, I, Long Fei, have never taken revenge overnight. I didn't know it in the past, but now that I'm here, I must seek justice for all of you. Long Fei could not tolerate his brothers being beaten up. He absolutely could not tolerate it. The 18 great material halls is amazing, right? High and mighty, right? Then let's see how great he is and how high he is. Just treat it as a warm-up before the Academy tournament. And then, Long Fei said, who hit Fan Tong today, that College of Martial Arts training? At this time, the Great Army also realized that Long Fei was really angry, and said, Young Master Long, why don't we endure for a while? Fan Tong also said weakly, Young Master Long, I'm fine. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. No way. Long Fei could not tolerate it anymore. Last time, when the disciples of the Green Dragon Material Hall attacked the logistics department, he endured. As a result, the people from the Green Dragon Material Hall chased him all the way to the Endless Mountains. In the end, during this 1 month, his brother was bullied and beaten every day. Endure was not an option. Since he couldn't take it anymore, he might as well beat him up. Long Fei shouted, Speak. The Great Army clenched their fists and threw caution to the wind, saying, A disciple of the Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training. The Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training, right? All right. Then let's start with Sky College of Martial Arts Training. Long Fei took a big step forward as his anger surged. This old man shall see how amazing all of you are. In another place, Green Dragon Material Hall, Ouyang Jian's courtyard. What did you say? Long Fei is back, what about Tu Zhan? A disciple replied, No, I don't think. Ouyang Jian's eyes turned sinister, his gaze became cold, and he said fiercely, Useless trash, unable to accomplish anything. Long Fei, it's good that you're still alive. I'll trample you under my feet in front of Aoya. The anger in Ouyang Jian's heart raged. During this period of time, Oya did not even glance at him. This made him hate Long Fei to the bones. At this moment, Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training. Ha ha ha. Servant disciples are just service disciples. They are all trash, and can't even withstand 3 of my punches, ha ha ha. The 2 disciples said with a smile. Suddenly, the entrance of the Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training was directly kicked away by a powerful force. All of you get the F***ck out here. Chapter 880 Challenge 18 Generations of College of Martial Arts Training. Chapter 880 Challenge 18 Generations of College of Martial Arts Training. A loud sound echoed out. The entire College of Martial Arts Training was shocked. They looked at Long Fei, who was at the entrance of the courtyard. His brain was rather short. After that, a large group of disciples ran up to him. Who the F***k are you? You dare to behave so atrociously in the Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training? I'll see if you're tired of living. Are you looking to die? All of them were extremely arrogant, and looked down at Long Fei. At this time, a dozen or so Sun Data disciples caught up to him. Seeing that the big door of the Sky College of Martial Arts Training was kicked away, their expressions changed as they thought to themselves, This is it. Seeing that the Sun Datu and the rest had appeared, a few disciples of the Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training began to laugh disdainfully. Isn't that the service disciple who was rolling on the ground in pain? Why? You called for helpers? Ha ha. The helper you trash called over is also trash, right? Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's figure blurred and landed in front of the disciple who spoke. The speed was so fast that the disciple didn't even have time to react. He stuttered and said, what are you trying to do? Long Fei grabbed his collar and raised him into the air, using all his strength in his right arm, and smashed him hard onto the ground. Boom! With a loud sound, the ground split open and blood gushed out from the disciple's mouth. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. With this one move, it stunned everyone around him. Incomparable savagery. None of them dared to say a word as they looked at Long Fei. Following that, Long Fei looked at Fan Tong and asked, "Who beat you up just now? Don't be afraid. You are my brothers. When the sky falls, I will support you." Long Fei's voice was filled with rage. Fan Tong walked forward, pointed at a person who was trembling in the crowd, and said, "Him, and him." Long Fei said straightforwardly, "Just now, how they beat you all up will now be how they fight back. Remember, there's no way to tolerate it. If they can't endure it, then we'll just kill them." Since things had come to this point, there was no other way to save them. He would do his best to release them. The Sun Data took a step forward and immediately grabbed a disciple of the Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training and said, "It's not that we're weak, it's because we don't want to be like you." Pa! Yi Zichen slapped him. Dajuan also rushed forward and gave them a kick. "Just now, I didn't fight back at all. Do you think you guys are very strong? Do you think you are above all else?" Pfft! More than 10 service disciples started to fight back. Those disciples of the Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training did not dare to retaliate. They were all new disciples, and had their mental defenses destroyed with just one move from Long Fei. They just stood there, not daring to move. At this moment, an elder hurriedly walked out with a few senior disciples behind him. The elder suddenly shouted, "Who is the one who is acting so atrociously in the Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training?" The Sun Datu and the others withdrew slightly, and Long Fei said, "Don't stop, I'll support all of you if the sky collapses." Finished. Long Fei took a step forward and said, "It's this father." The 2 senior disciples behind that elder were enraged. "Brat, you're courting death." Boom! Boom! The auras of the 2 of them burst out as their figures continued to alternate. Their speed was extremely fast, and the power in their fists could be heard from within the roars of tigers. "It's Chun Air and the 2 senior brother. This kid is dead for sure. How dare he act so arrogantly in the Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training? He's done for. Just you wait. He's going to lie on the ground and become a dead dog. I want him to cripple all of these service disciples." A burst of contemptuous voices sounded out from the crowd. Chunda and Chun Air's cultivations weren't weak. The key point was that the 2 of them practiced a combination cultivation technique that complemented each other. Their attack power was extremely thick. They were quite famous in the Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training. The elder also laughed complacently. "How dare a lowly service disciple come to my College of Martial Arts Training to be so arrogant? You overestimate yourself." Not waiting for him to finish, Pa! Long Fei stood where he was and slapped him twice. The 2 figures fell to the ground. Lying on the ground like a dead dog, he was completely motionless, and had been knocked unconscious by Long Fei in the blink of an eye. The entire Heavenly College of Martial Arts Training instantly quieted down. The silence sent chills down everyone's spines. His mind was sluggish, and he could not react in time. Some people even had a disdainful sneer on their faces, and their expressions twisted along with it. Their faces were extremely unsightly. If not for the fact that they saw Chunda and Chun Air on the ground, they would have thought that all of this was an illusion, and that it was impossible. Long Fei clapped twice and said, "Are you looking down on this service disciple? What do you College of Martial Arts training have to be arrogant for? What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant? It was clearly him who was being arrogant. The elder's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Long Fei and asked, "Brat, who exactly are you?" Long Fei stared at the elder and said, "As an elder, you don't even know how to discipline this disciple. What qualifications do you have to become an elder? What qualifications do you have to teach others?" The elder was angered as well. "I don't have the right for you to teach me a lesson." Suddenly, the elder glared at Zhang Xian, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. However, before his aura pressure could crush everything, it was heavily pushed back by Long Fei's aura pressure. Long Fei's footsteps moved. He took a step forward, and before that elder could rush over, he landed right in front of him. "Since you don't know how to make people respect you, then you're not worthy to be that elder." Boom! A punch from him sent that elder flying. His chest felt like it was about to split open. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. If not for Long Fei deliberately controlling his strength, he would have been killed instantly. Long Fei swept his gaze across. "Who else? What right do you have to be so high and mighty?" "Huh! Damn it, I'm only asking one question. Who else can't accept it?" Long Fei roared thunderously, ruthlessly crushing the entire Heavenly College of Martial Arts training. Those disciples of the Heavenly College of Martial Arts training trembled when they heard the aura from Long Fei's body. Sun Data was also extremely shocked. In this 1 month, Long Fei has become strong again. The Heavenly College of Martial Arts training was smashed to the ground. "Next," Long Fei faintly shouted, "next College of Martial Arts training." Heavenly College of Martial Arts training. Long Fei fell to the ground. Actually, not all of them were here because it was an extraordinary period. The geniuses and senior disciples of Sky College of Martial Arts training were cultivating behind closed doors, preparing for the academy competition. Many people did not care. However, within a short hour, 5 consecutive College of Martial Arts training were ruthlessly crushed by Long Fei. God Emperor Academy began to stir. 18 great material halls, come one by one. "I want to see just how strong you are." Long Fei's anger had not dissipated yet, as he continued to challenge his opponents, one by one. He wanted the entire God Emperor Academy to know that they were his brothers. Not to mention one person, even if it was the College of Martial Arts training, he would still dare to beat up his brother. At this moment, law enforcement agency was in an uproar. A dozen or so elders requested for the law to be enforced and for Long Fei to be suppressed. Except here. There was still one more place, Green Dragon Material Hall. The corner of Ouyang Jian's mouth revealed a cold smile. "You dog, I was just worried about not being able to find an opportunity. You're the one who's going to die this time. See how I'll ruthlessly humiliate you in front of Aoya. Go to College of War Martial Arts. Brat, just wait for your death." Chapter 881 Challenge College of War Martial Arts. Chapter 881 Challenge College of War Martial Arts. They're here, they're here, they're here. The people from Logistics Department are here. Even College of Martial Arts Training Yun. One of the 18 great material halls, whose power was lower than the average. The old and distant entrance of College of Martial Arts Training was already filled with people. All of them were the disciples of College of Martial Arts Training Lian Yun, and there was no lack of high-ranking disciples among them. Seeing Long Fei rushing over with the Logistics Department disciples aggressively, their faces were filled with panic. Within an hour, they had consecutively defeated 5 great College of Martial Arts Training, and were the 6th. An elder shouted, "Great elder, even the headmaster is not here. We must crush this arrogant fellow. Do you understand?" All of the disciples were shocked. Understood. Long Fei walked up and swept his gaze across them, then asked directly, "Which one of you touched them?" Find out for yourself how you beat them up. How do you expect them to call them back today? Nothing will happen. Long Fei's tone was very calm. One of the senior disciples snorted and said, "Brat, don't be too arrogant." Who are they? Servant disciples are destined to be bullied by others. If you have the ability, then you can make them official disciples. Senior brother is right. If you have the ability, make them become official disciples. Can you do it? This is the God Emperor Academy. No matter how arrogant you are, you still have to look at this place. The group of people clamored loudly. Long Fei's mouth hooked up as he laughed coldly. You're capable, aren't you? If you have the ability, stop me from flipping through your College of Martial Arts training Lianyun. Ha! Suddenly, Long Fei made his move, both fists moved, the power that could shake the mountain burst out. With a step forward, he unleashed a heavy punch, sending a disciple flying. Do you have the ability to stop me? Boom! Another punch sent another disciple flying. Boom! Another punch sent another disciple flying. In just a few seconds, all 8 disciples were blasted flying. The most arrogant senior brother could do nothing but stand there blankly. He couldn't even understand what was going on. Long Fei disdainfully said, "Do you have the ability?" The senior brother's face turned pale and his body trembled. He couldn't say a single word, and he didn't dare to even move a bit as he was completely suppressed by Long Fei. That elder was angered and shouted, "Brat, you are too arrogant. How dare you? Why do I feel like I'm not arrogant enough?" Long Fei sneered, seeing that the elder's sword was approaching him. Long Fei's right hand moved. The dragon salyer descended. Kill! Crack! The long sword was cut off, the dragon salyer's back swept out. Die! Bam! Long Fei took the chance and leaped up, landing beside him, and said coldly, "You are human, they are also human, people should learn to respect each other. Today I am only giving you guys a lesson. Getting too cocky, getting pissed off, I will kill you." His gaze turned cold. The killing thought surged, continuously releasing killing intent. It wanted Long Fei to kill it and control Long Fei. Long Fei was not moved. He was a human, not a killing machine. He would not be controlled by the power of his fusion. What he trained in was the path of death, not the slaughter of the innocent. 2 sinister eyes stared at the elder. Do you understand? The elder was smashed onto the ground. His complexion turned pale. He was feeling extremely displeased in his heart. However, he was unable to retaliate at all. Seeing that he did not say anything, Long Fei glared. The spirit chi on the dragon salyer burst forth with his anger, and roared. I ask, do you understand? The elder was scared to the point that he almost peed his pants. Understood, understood, understood. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he laughed. It's good that you understand. And then he walked in front of the senior brother and swept his eyes over him coldly. Ability? Now do you know what it means to be capable? Long Fei shouted, Go next. After Long Fei disappeared, the senior brother suddenly collapsed. He was powerless for a long time and could not stand up. The same was true for the elder. However, you dare to be so rampant in God Emperor Academy? Brat, just you wait. Wait for law enforcement agency to tear you into 1,000 pieces. And then, he quickly rushed to the law enforcement agency. Outside. The 6th Great College of Martial Arts Training, College of Martial Arts Training Lianyun has been crushed. The strong rise of the disciples of the logistics department. In just a short span of 1 hour, the entire God Emperor Academy was shaken up. In the Academy's wind and cloud rankings, the matter of Long Fei challenging the 18 great material halls immediately skyrocketed to first place. Countless disciples followed him and watched the show. In another college of martial arts training. What did I do to them? What's wrong with hitting lowly service disciples like them? Bam! Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei directly punched out with explosive power, and heavily knocked him unconscious on the ground. Long Fei said in disdain, "Not much, just 10 times promised." Hit him. Half an hour later, all 8 College of Martial Arts trainees were crushed. Long Fei is raging. The service disciples that the 18 generations of College of Martial Arts training had despised are now trembling with fear. Countless elders of the College of Martial Arts training have already squeezed out and blown the floor. Who else? Who else can stop Long Fei's footsteps? More and more people followed behind Long Fei to watch the show. Every time Long Fei attacked, it would cause a lot of cheers because the moves he used were different. When you use a weapon, he also uses a weapon. In addition, your weapon will only be cut by him. You have 2 fists, he also has 2 fists. Before you can reach him, you will be blown away. An invincible posture crushed everything in its path, turning everything into a mess. 9th College of Martial Arts Training. 10th College of Martial Arts Training. Long Fei swept his gaze across almost all of them. College of War Martial Arts. Ouyang Jian brought a few disciples of the Green Dragon Material Hall over. The disciples of the College of War Martial Arts had a backbone in just an instant, and they were extremely grateful to Ouyang Jian in their hearts. Aoya's eyes were still as cold as before. Ouyang Jian looked at Aoya and said, "Don't worry, junior sister Aoya, I will definitely block Long Fei for you. I will definitely make him kneel in front of you, in front of all the College of War Martial Arts disciples." Oya did not speak. In this period of time, she had been desperately cultivating, but he was still unable to achieve the Slay realm which was superimposed by Long Fei. She had been to the logistics department before. However, Long Fei was not there. Ouyang Jian looked at Aoya's cold eyes and hardened his heart. "Long Fei, you bastard, watch how I'll ruthlessly humiliate you." He was unhappy. He felt very displeased because he had almost taken Oya down and killed such a student. Furthermore, he even made Oya personally acknowledge that she was his woman. This was a great humiliation to him. Ouyang Jian could not tolerate it. If he couldn't endure it any longer, he would kill. In another place, Qiu Wandao's residence. After finding out that Long Fei was challenging the 18 great material halls, Qiu Wandao frowned. "Old bastard, you stay here, I'll go take a look. I want to see who dares to bully my young master. I'll kill him." Chapter 882 Oya Attacks. Chapter 882 Oya Attacks. The Battle Array College of Martial Arts Training was overturned. The College of Martial Arts Training was also selected. In just a short 3 hours, besides the 4 great high College of Martial Arts Training, there was only one other College of Martial Arts Training left. College of War Martial Arts. He was also the one who hated Long Fei the most, the College of Martial Arts Training. Aoya was the goddess of their College of Martial Arts Training. They treated themselves as guardians. After all, he was the son of the Green Dragon Hegumen. With his strong cultivation and sharp sword skills, he was a match to Aoya. But what did it mean to be sucked away by a toad like Long Fei? They couldn't accept it. Thus, his attacks towards the disciples of the logistics department were the most vicious, and they almost beat them to death several times. If they couldn't find Long Fei, they would use the Sun Datu to vent their anger. In the distance, Long Fei brought over 10 service disciples and walked towards the College of War Martial Art. The 2 sides of the road were filled with people, and most of them were just here to watch the show. They wanted to know where Long Fei could go to. The College of War Martial Arts is here. Other than the 4 great high College of Martial Arts Training there's only one more College of War Martial Arts left. College of War Martial Arts' strength is only second to 4 material halls. Would Long Fei be able to beat them? In my opinion, it's very difficult. The strength of the College of War Martial Arts is not something other College of Martial Arts Training can compare to, and there are even many high-ranking elders overseeing it, so Long Fei will definitely lose this time. He'll probably lose very miserably. I just heard that the Azure Dragon Courtyard has sent people over. If it's the Azure Dragon Courtyard's senior brother S, then Long Fei will lose without a doubt. Last time, when the people of the Green Dragon Material Hall attacked the courtyard of the Logistics Department, I heard that Long Fei did not even dare fart. Green Dragon Material Hall is God Emperor Academy's #1 college of martial arts training. They are all monstrous geniuses. If they were to make a move, Long Fei would not even have a chance. The crowd whispered. They all wanted to know how long Long Fei could last. Hearing that the people from the Green Dragon Material Hall had come, they immediately understood that the one who would be smashed to the ground later would definitely be him. A disciple of the College of War Martial Arts walked into the College of Martial Arts Training and shouted, "They're here!" The disciples of the College of Martial Arts Training were immediately startled as their eyes revealed fierce glint. Aoya slightly frowned. An unusual light flashed in her eyes. Ouyang Jin squinted. "Dog thing, you're finally here." The door to the College of War Martial Arts opened wide. When Long Fei stepped forward, the Sun Data said in a low voice, "Young Master Long, we have already vented all of our anger. I think we should just forget about it." He was worried too. All along the way they enjoyed an unending amount of glory, and completely released all the air that they had squeezed out for the past few years. It had to be said that it was very pleasurable, but they knew clearly in their hearts that all of this was given to them by Long Fei. Without Long Fei they were nothing. The College of War Martial Arts was different from the other College of Martial Arts Training. They were very strong, and if they really had the Green Dragon Material Hall helping, then Long Fei's situation would be very dangerous. They did not want Long Fei to be in danger. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "Leader son, if I don't take College of War Martial Arts down today, how could I, Long Fei, be worthy of what I have said myself? Either you don't do it or you do it well." Even if he couldn't do it the best, he had to at least make it into a complete set. The College of War Martial Arts must be captured. Moreover, he also wanted to see Aoya again. Most of the year had already passed since this Sword Force King Kong's mission, so Long Fei had to find a way to get rid of him. And then, Long Fei stepped into the College of War Martial Art. Sun Data followed closely behind him, and the rest of the service disciples followed as well. Just when all the disciples of Logistics Department walked in, boom! The door of the College of War Martial Arts slammed shut. "Since you're here, don't even think about leaving while standing," a disciple shouted loudly. The College of War Martial Arts were filled with disciples, all of them staring at Long Fei, as if they had a blood feud with Long Fei. In their hearts, Long Fei had a blood feud with them. The goddess was tainted. They, the guardians, did not do their duty. This time, they would burst out with all the responsibility they had failed to do. With a clang, the door closed. Other than Long Fei, Leader's son and the rest were all shocked. Seeing the look of fear in the eyes of the leader's son and the others, one of them started to clamor and said, "Are you afraid now? Isn't your logistics department very arrogant today? Since you dare to come to our College of War Martial Arts, I'll definitely let you have a hard time today." Long Fei slowly walked down from the stairs, coldly laughed and said, "Don't dilly-dally, it's useless to hoot so loudly." Long Fei swept his gaze across them and asked, "The purpose of my visit today is very simple. Who touched them and stood up?" "Me. I moved. What happened?" "I moved too." "We're all moving, what's the matter?" "Brat, do you think that the College of War Martial Arts is some other college of martial arts training, a soft persimmon, a place that a trash from the logistics department like you can be arrogant in? What are they? They sound like a bunch of service disciples, but they sound like a bunch of trash. To say that they are trash is to praise them. They are not even comparable to trash." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei suddenly struck out with a slap. "Pa!" Yi Zichen slapped that man down onto the ground, then stepped on him without him standing up. he glared. What do you think you are now? Trash. The trash of the trash? It was also at this time. All of the surrounding College of War Martial Arts disciples rushed over. Long Fei suddenly shouted, and exerted strength with his feet. Whoever dares to come up and give it a try, do you believe I won't kill him? Ah! The disciple under his feet stepped on the ground and cried out in pain. The surrounding disciples were stunned and stopped abruptly. Long Fei bent down and coldly asked, Now, let me ask you, who do you think you are? Speak. Long Fei raged and roared. The disciple glared at Long Fei and said, If you have the guts, then kill me. I want to see if you can leave this place. Yo! You still have some backbone. If that's the case. Long Fei playfully sneered. With a move of his right hand, the dragon salyer descended. Black saber chi continued to gush out of his body. The visual impact of a 103,000 kilogram dragon salyer being placed on his neck was enough to make a person collapse. Long Fei smiled slightly. Then why don't you give it to me? I am trash. I am trash among trash. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The man's mind collapsed. The pressure the dragon salyer gave him was too strong. He couldn't take it at all. Long Fei sneered and said, What did you say? I didn't hear it. That person wailed, I'm a trash amongst trash. Please spare me. Long Fei hoisted the dragon salyer onto his shoulder, looked at the disciples around him, whose eyes were spewing fire, and said in an incomparably wild voice, Trash, are you guys fighting one-on-one? Or attack together? Humiliation. It was a severe humiliation. Long Fei was going to return them back to the leader's son after humiliating them 10 times over. At this moment, Aoya walked over. Her gaze tensed up as she stared at Long Fei and said, Long Fei, enough. Chapter 883 Flipping Over. Chapter 883 Flipping Over Affability Level 999 points. With a cold glint in his eyes, he refused to travel 1,000 miles. At least, Long Fei could not see any hope for completing the mission in her eyes. Since she was unable to complete the mission now, she was not his King Kong general, much less his woman. Since she was not even his woman, why should he give her face? Long Fei liked beauties. He liked super beauties like Oya, who had big boobs and tall butts more. However, he wouldn't be stuck because of beauties, and he wouldn't forget his brother just because of beauties. This was not his character. Long Fei turned his gaze towards Aoya, smiled slightly, and said, Is that enough? Not yet. The disciples of the College of War Martial Arts simply could not accept it. The next time they met Leader's son and the rest, they would still be humiliated and beaten up. Therefore, it was not enough. Aoya's eyebrows tightened. Don't be too presumptuous. This is the College of War Martial Arts. She was angry. Very angry. Long Fei could feel it from her words. Aoya had been desperately trying to break through for the past month, but she couldn't. She just couldn't comprehend what was called the superimposed slay. The attack power of the insight into sword method couldn't increase. If he couldn't level up, then what was in front of him was useless. Not to mention the last time when Long Fei released the blade waltz, she was even more confused. How could she be able to grasp the moves of a sword master just by thinking about it? Long Fei was also displeased. I have always been this unbridled, so what about College of War Martial Arts? Today, I called the College of War Martial Arts. He was giving it his all now. Originally, Long Fei wanted to give the system reward of Revenge Blade to Aoya and see if it could remove the negative affability level, but now, he couldn't care less. Table of Contents, Oya was thoroughly infuriated. When the disciples of the martial arts arena saw the girls getting angry, they became even more furious. As if they were on stimulants, they charged towards Xiang Longfei with no regard for their lives. Brat, bully our goddess, prepare to die. I have long disliked him. The last time he bullied our family's Oya goddess, and now he even arrogantly bullied our entire College of War Martial Arts. Today, even if I don't want to, I want to fight with you. Don't waste time with him. Attack together. It's fine to bully anyone, but not to bully Goddess Oya. Lame duck, who gave you the courage to speak to our goddess like that? Beat him to death. The disciples of the College of War Martial Arts roared. Over 100 disciples quickly closed in on Long Fei, surrounding him, all of them wishing for nothing more than to eat and drink his flesh. Long Fei was not afraid, but laughed coldly. Seems like you guys have chosen to fight one-on-one, huh? What duel? We're going to kill you today. Brat, let's see how strong you are and how much you can fight. We're not going to fight with you, we're going to play with too many people. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, That's right, I'm the one who should challenge your entire College of War Martial Arts. Too arrogant. One of the disciples could not hold it in and shouted, I can't hold it in. Arrogant. Long Fei was truly arrogant, even when surrounded by hundreds of disciples. He was still incomparably arrogant, and at this time, he was probably the only one who could be so. A disciple suddenly rushed forward, causing Long Fei's eyes to turn sinister, his fists moving, pa-pa. With a strong gust of wind, a punch was thrown out, and that disciple was blasted away. In just an instant, all of the surrounding disciples rushed up to him. In an instant, they had completely surrounded Long Fei in the middle. Bang, bang, bang. Long Fei's fists were like lightning, retaliating crazily. Sun Data roared out, Let's go up as well. More than 10 service disciples rushed out with their eyes closed. Their cultivations were simply too lacking compared to the disciples of College of War Martial Art. Before they could even get close to Long Fei, they were sent flying. The disciples of the College of War Martial Arts were too lazy to chase after them and could only wildly beat him up. Arrogant. I'm telling you to be arrogant. Let's see how long you can remain so arrogant for. Brat, you're so awesome. Over 100 of them, their battle prowess was extremely dense. Long Fei could not even use his 4 limbs and thought to himself, Damn, these people are even crazier than me. The goddess charisma is truly not simple. However, the aura on Long Fei's body stirred, and he roared out angrily in his heart, 6th level unparalleled. Open! There was a loud sound from within his body, and 64 times the elemental energy burst forth. In that instant, his aura turned into a powerful shockwave. Get the hell away from me! Rumble! With a loud sound, the power of a virtual immortals of the 8th stage burst out, the shockwave rippled out, causing all of the surrounding College of War Martial Arts disciples to retreat backward. It's your father's turn to take action. Long Fei pushed them away, maintaining a certain distance, and instantly attacked. Divine Awakened Fist. Bang, bang, bang. Long Fei flew out violently all the way. His fists were unruly, and after a series of random assaults, College of War Martial Arts screamed miserably, and countless of people were sent flying. There were people hanging on the roofs and trees. They were all blown away by Long Fei. Come on! There are so many people, isn't it? Come on! Quickly, with 100 hits, it was a crazy, violent strike. The cultivation of most of these first-grade College of War Martial Arts' new students were at the elementary stage of the Madman Immortal realm, and they were not a match for Long Fei, who was at the 8th stage of the Virtual Immortals. Long Fei would never give them the chance to crawl back up again. With a punch, he fainted. In just a few minutes, the only thing that remained of College of War Martial Arts was the disciples whose bodies were curled up like shrimps and crying out in pain. What goddess guardian team? He turned into a dead dog squadron. Long Fei looked at them and said, If you dare to touch my brothers again in the future, you won't end up like this. Finished. Long Fei glared fiercely at Aoya and said, As an elder of the College of War Martial Arts, you should properly discipline these students of yours. Humph! A ball of fury was pressing down from the bottom of Long Fei's heart. He turned around and looked at Sun Datu and said, Let's go to the next one. Aoya clenched her fists tightly. She stared at the sword in Long Fei's hand and started to tremble. The sword intent around her body ignited and caused a buzzing sound. It was extremely intense. The surrounding weapons were the same. Suddenly, Aoya's eyes turned vicious. The sword intent around her body exploded. Her thin long sword flew out and she shouted, "My student is not yet your turn to teach him a lesson." Shwa! The sword stabbed out. Long Fei's brows tightened and said to the Sun Datu, "You guys move to the side first." He picked up a tree branch on the ground and turned around slightly. A sword stabbed towards Aoya and Long Fei grinned. "Seems like your butt didn't hurt enough last time." As soon as he finished, the infinite sword on Long Fei's body suddenly soared. The branches moved. "I'll let you experience what a grand duelist is." Shwa! Chapter 884, Overbearing Kiss. Chapter 884, Overbearing Kiss, Shwa. Long Fei moved. The ethereal footwork beneath his feet became different. The ethereal footwork was erratic. It's hard to see where he's going next. However, this was not its true strength. Long Fei released the ethereal footwork, and his body started to sway left and right frantically. Not only was he unable to see his movements, he was also unable to see his move. The disciples who screamed knew that Aoya cultivated the ethereal footwork, but her ethereal footwork was far weaker than Long Fei's. He also knows ethereal footwork? What is his background? Even the teacher Oya didn't have a completely proficient ethereal footwork, yet he's actually able to use it so skillfully. Who exactly is this guy? The disciples felt their hearts sink. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Teacher Oya, go for it, defeat him! Go Teacher Oya!" Amongst these people, Ouyang Jian, who had not fought all this time, had an ugly expression on his face. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to control the ethereal footwork. He had also tried to cultivate it before. But, no, I can't grasp that kind of unpredictable essence, but Long Fei's steps are very terrifying. It is even stronger than Aoya, who has cultivated for more than 10 years. Ouyang Jian's forehead turned sinister. In a short span of 1 month, he has become stronger. 1 month ago, he was only an arrogant immortal state, but now, for him to already be at the 8th stage of the virtual immortals, that is just too terrifying. Shock was shock. However, Aoya Ju-di would not show mercy. Moreover, this time, she did not suppress her cultivation. With her blood immortal cultivation released, the attack on the sword became stronger. "Look carefully!" Long Fei suddenly shouted in his heart, "Illusion immortal root, open!" Buzz! His body suddenly split into 2. This wasn't a clone, but an illusion. Ding! Illusion techniques have been successfully released. Also at this moment, Long Fei became even more unsteady. His figure turned around and landed behind Aoya. The branch in his hand pointed towards her little fart and fiercely, Pia was struck down. "Let's talk about your battle chi with me." Ah! A branch mark appeared on Aoya's buttock. Her body bounced up abruptly in pain. Her long sword also pierced out, stabbing into the air. It was also at this time that she woke up from Long Fei's illusion. Looking at Long Fei behind her, she was incomparably furious. Shwa! His body swayed and his feet moved. Once again, he revealed himself behind Oya and whipped another branch. "You still dare to be cocky?" Pia! Another explosive sound. It was another imprint, and his ass was about to bloom. The pain was so painful that Aoya was almost unable to endure it. She was so angry that smoke rose from her head, and her entire body trembled. The more she trembled, the more her breasts trembled. After 2 consecutive moves, Aoya was unable to block them. However, she had a lot of battle experience, so she quickly retreated back from Long Fei's battle range. Staring at the furious Long Fei, she was a little confused. If it was clearly her that was angry, Then what was Long Fei angry for? Long Fei pointed to the tree branch in his hand and said, "Isn't it just peeping at you bathing? Didn't he just say something excessive? Didn't I just hit your butt? What's the matter? Huh! You want to run away from a woman that I, Long Fei, have set my eyes on? Let me tell you, not only are you some Academy's goddess, even if you are a goddess from the heavens, I, Long Fei, will take you down as well. There's more. I will take revenge for you," Long Fei said angrily. The more he fought, the angrier he got. It had been such a long time since he had taken Aoya down, and he was really unhappy. If they still had to stop him today, then Long Fei would be even more unhappy. Oya was stunned. It was her first time seeing such a tyrannical person. Long Fei was truly tyrannical. Aoya could not bear it either. Especially what Long Fei had said, as long as it was a woman he liked, he would also take down the goddess of heaven. Looking at Aoya, who was in a daze, Long Fei continued, "Don't you just want to improve the insight into sword method? Didn't you want to surpass your father in the path of the sword, and then take revenge for him? I'll teach you. Others can't give it to you, but I can. Other than me, there is no one else in this world who can give you what you want." Tyrant. Madness. It was to crush the line of defense in Oya's heart. Some women were like this, lacking in discipline. At the same time, she was also furious. Looking at Long Fei, she thrusted out her sword once again. "I'm King screwed." When Long Fei saw that Aoya had rushed forward again, he also went all out. "It looks like I have to be a little more overbearing." He didn't clean up enough just now. Aoya was a sword force King Kong, so this kind of woman was much stronger than normal women. He watched as Oya's longsword struck out. The branch on Long Fei's finger flashed with a light as he focused his attention on it. Alpha Assault. Shwa! The instant Aoya unleashed her sword, Long Fei's figure disappeared. Thinking back to the 2 times he had been hit on the butt, and how his heart had been clouded by the attacks, he decided to look behind him after his sword had missed. The instant she looked behind her, Long Fei suddenly threw away the branches, grabbed Aoya's head and heavily kissed her. Ugh! Aoya's eyes bulged out. With a single glare, she became stupefied and her lips tightened. However, Long Fei's right hand suddenly loosened and grabbed towards her chest. When his mouth opened, Long Fei's tongue immediately stuck out and forcefully kissed him. Aoya was completely unable to withstand this kind of attack. He continued to block non-stop. However, it was completely useless. In just a few short seconds, her body couldn't use any power at all. Long Fei was really too powerful in this regard. That was a must. Although she hadn't practiced it too often in her previous life, she had not watched those national action movies for nothing and had even attacked them when they were free. Oya was a mature woman, but she didn't understand this aspect at all. Coupled with her current physical needs, she was on the verge of collapse. However, all the disciples of the College of War Martial Arts were dumbstruck. Wow! Too overbearing. This is the scene of my dream. I'm starting to admire him a little now. I've already worshipped him. All of their eyes shone with excitement, as if they were forcefully kissing a goddess. They were the same. It required a domineering method to subdue it. They were all excited, but there was a person smoking above their heads. Their anger was burning and their blood was churning under their chests. They were already on the verge of being unable to endure it any longer. Ouyang Jian. His eyes were spitting fire and his killing intent enveloped the entire College of War Martial Arts. Seeing Long Fei forcefully kiss Aoya, it was as if his heart had been torn apart. A furious roar. Ouyang Jian's entire being erupted. Also because of his angry roar, Aoya suddenly woke up. She glared at Long Fei as she gritted her teeth. Holy *T. Who wants to be humiliated? Who wants to be humiliated? Ah! Ouyang Jian roared in anger, while Long Fei screamed in pain. Long Fei wanted to forcefully kiss her a few more times, but if he did not let go, his tongue would be snapped by Aoya. And then, Long Fei relaxed, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Aoya's body also bounced back instantly. Her lips still had the blood on Long Fei's tongue as she glared at him and bellowed, "You?" Long Fei acted like a gangster and said, "What about me? Then I'll kiss you. I'm the tyrant, what about it? If you have the guts, then beat me," Long Fei said in a domineering manner. He stared at Aoya's huffing and puffing manner and laughed. "You look quite cute when you're angry. Better than your stony face." Long Fei wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, so ruthless, even his tongue was almost bitten off by you. "You deserve it." A wave of regret also rose in her heart. He actually couldn't control his body in those few seconds. He was actually a little drunk and in urgent need. Very strange. The Long Fei in front of him was really different from other men. The fastest way to make a woman fall in love with you is to enter her body. Even if she doesn't love you, she'll remember you for the rest of her life. Especially that first woman. At this moment, she hated the abnormal change that had occurred to Long Fei in Aoya's heart, but she also liked that feeling a little in her heart. Long Fei laughed, then said, "It's fine to be bitten by your own woman, but I am not in the academy for my previous mission. I will be in the God Emperor Academy this month. If you want to improve the insight into sword method, I will teach you. In addition, I'll also gift you a weapon that is exclusive to you." Finished. Long Fei unrestrainedly took out the revenge blade and threw it to Aoya, saying, "This sword is better suited for you." Oya took it. After catching the long and thin revenge blade, her entire body froze. She stared at the sword in her hand as her hands trembled. She was excited. Ouyang Jian finally could not hold it in anymore and rushed out to Aoya's side, saying, "Junior sister Aoya, this kind of trash's sword is definitely trash. I got the Immortal Equipment Grandmaster to make you a level 9 immortal sword. It was specially forged for you." While they were talking, Ouyang Jian then took out the sword. He had used up all his possessions to forge this sword with the best materials. He was sure that Aoya would like it. Once this sword appeared, he would be able to instantly seize Aoya. Seeing Long Fei take out a sword that was as thin as a sharp stick, he immediately disdained, "Kid, what good thing can someone with your identity alone take out?" He spoke to Long Fei with disdain. "If you want an identity, you have no status. If you want a position, you have no status. Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's still too late for you to get out of here. Otherwise, I will make your death difficult." Long Fei's mouth hooked up and said, "Since you said your sword is powerful, then let's compete." Ouyang Jian wanted to say this as he coldly laughed in his heart. "You are seeking your own humiliation." Ouyang Jian laughed coldly and said, "Is that sword you took out worthy to compete with me? I'll give you a chance today, seeing as it's on junior sister Aoya's face. This sword is named after Aoya. It was created by the immortal grade grand artifact master Huang Tianji using deep-sea mysterious iron. It has been fusing with a 1,000-year ice blood vein. The sword is like ice, and the sword intent is as cold as ice. It was tailor-made for the Aoya junior sister." As soon as he finished, the disciples of College of War Martial Arts were in an uproar. "Isn't the great artifact master of the immortal rank the #1 artificer in God Emperor Academy? He seems to also be the honorary principal, whose refining skills have reached the peak realm of the gods' martial continent. The immortal goods in his hands are extremely hard to find. Even if someone offered a price of 10,000 fairy stones, they would not be able to find one. Teacher Ouyang really put in a lot of effort. The materials are of the highest quality. With Master Huang's help, no one will be able to defeat him. This sword is definitely better than Long Fei's sword. Although I admire this guy, the sword that he has given us is definitely not as good as Teacher Ouyang's." If you want to be inferior to Ouyang Jian. His status was inferior to Ouyang Jian. In terms of wealth, he could not compare to Ouyang Jian. One had to know that he was backed by the Green Dragon Material Hall. How many students in the academy could compare to Green Dragon Material Hall in terms of wealth? Only with a relationship like his could someone forge such an immortal weapon to make a woman happy. Big hand. It was definitely a huge sum of money. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Ouyang Jian laughed complacently and said, "Brat, it's your turn. You're asking to be humiliated. This way, I can first step on you, then slowly take care of you." Everyone looked at Long Fei. Long Fei smiled slightly. "This weapon of mine is called vengeance. I really don't know whose hands it comes from, and I don't even know what kind of materials to use to refine it into." As soon as he finished speaking, many of the surrounding disciples laughed out loud. Ouyang Jian said in disdain, "Is that the trash you picked up? You actually have the nerve to gift this trash to junior sister Aoya. Kid, you are insulting junior sister. If you don't have it, you can come beg me. Maybe I'll give you an immortal weapon." Ha ha ha. Once he had the chance, Ouyang Jian would mercilessly trample on Long Fei. Long Fei was definitely amused, and said slightly, "I really don't know about that, but I do know one thing, that this revenge is a immortal stage divine equipment." Needless to say more, just the immortal stage divine equipment would be enough to instantly kill everything else. However, as soon as he finished, everyone around him began to laugh. Ouyang Jian was even more so, laughing till he fell backwards and forwards, saying, "Brat, do you think that immortal stage divine equipment is a radish cabbage? How could a person like you have immortal stage divine equipment? You're still giving it away? Why don't you take a piss? Immortal stage divine equipment? I think it's just a piece of junk, right?" The immortal stage divine equipment was simply impossible. Immortal weapons were already something to be proud of, and immortal stage divine equipment were even more so something that was impossible. Even Ouyang Jian didn't have any immortal stage divine equipment. Normal people could not live a immortal stage divine equipment forever. It was even more impossible to use it to give it away. Who would be so stupid? If they knew that Long Fei's immortal stage divine equipment had not been eaten by the Yen Huang ancestor, and had already formed a mountain, they would definitely be dumbstruck. To others, immortal stage divine equipment could be very, very precious. However, to Long Fei, that was just the Yen Huang ancestor's food. This revenge was even rewarded by the system. It should be of the upper rank among the immortal stage divine equipment S. It was just that Long Fei could not use it, and did not know its attributes. At this moment, Aoya, who had been holding on to the revenge blade all this time, looked at Long Fei in excitement. This is indeed a immortal stage divine equipment. It was also at this time. The system sounded out, causing Long Fei to become excited. "Did you take them down already?" Ding! Chapter 886, Long Fei, it's your turn. Chapter 886, Long Fei, it's your turn. The system beep suddenly sounded out, causing Long Fei's heart to tighten. Are we going to take down the Sixth King? Ding! Affability level plus 500. Ding! Affability level plus 500. 2 notifications sounded. Long Fei was a little disappointed in his heart, because he didn't directly take down Aoya, but to be able to clear 999 points of affability level was pretty good. After all, he had taken a big step forward. Not all of the things that could restore her affability level to 1 point was because of the revenge blade that Long Fei had gifted her, and of the 500 points, it was because of Long Fei's strong kiss. The other 500 points were due to the name of the revenge blade, Revenge. His 2 conditions spurred for a reaction, causing his affability level to immediately soar by 1,000 points. Finally, it returned to normal. The moment Aoya finished speaking, Immediately, huge waves were set off. Immortal stage divine equipment? Impossible, right? What the Oya goddess said is definitely true. She would not lie. Oh my god, if it really is the immortal stage divine equipment, then that brat must have really invested a lot in chasing girls. That is the immortal stage divine equipment, worth hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of them. Why don't you give such a holy artifact away? If it were me, I would directly marry him. He's too handsome, so handsome that it's a mess. They might not believe Long Fei's words, but they firmly believed in Aoya's words. Furthermore, Aoya's excited appearance made them even more certain that Long Fei's move was too cool. He just picked up a girl and directly gave it to the immortal stage divine equipment. He had to say it. He had used up all his resources. But he didn't even frown. He didn't take it seriously at all. On the other hand, Ouyang Jian's face turned green, his face paled, and he looked extremely ugly. The sword he specially forged for Aoya was not worth a single cent, it was just like a joke. In addition, he had the sword in his hand the entire time, so he wasn't so willing to give it away. This was the difference. Competing in terms of status? Competing on status? Comparing financial resources? He could not compare to Long Fei at all. Just a single immortal stage divine equipment had already caused him to be unable to breathe. What else could he be compared to? However, Ouyang Jian became angry and shouted, "I don't believe that a lowly service disciple like you can take out a immortal stage divine equipment? Junior sister Aoya, you must have made a mistake." Long Fei laughed lightly and said, "Whether or not I saw wrongly, I will know after trying." Ouyang Jian sneered and said, "This is what you said you wanted to try." Finished. Ouyang Jian took out his sword, pointed it at Long Fei and said, "Come, let's try." Long Fei said to Aoya, "Give me your sword." Oya held out her sword. Long Fei took it and wanted to take a look at the Revenge Blade's attributes, but because it was restricted by its gender, he could not see it. Even though it could not be used, as described by the system, its power could not be activated. Long Fei had just stabilized his sword and had not had the time to prepare. Ouyang Jian then slashed out with his sword that was like a berserk blade. He shouted, "Break for me!" The sword in his hand was made from deep-sea mysterious iron and 1,000-year cold energy. Master Huang once said that this sword was extremely hard and indestructible. An ordinary immortal weapon could be severed with a single slash. Ouyang Jian's face was filled with pride. He thought, "Your sword is about to break. Let me see how you still have the face to call this the immortal grade divine artifact." The sword slashed down. This sword contained a powerful sword intent that crushed down. Very strong. Aoya frowned and shouted worriedly, "Long Fei, be careful." Long Fei did not release his sword intent. He used vengeance to block it. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out and a powerful force came crushing down. Long Fei's body faintly sank as his arm shook until it went numb. He felt displeased with himself. It was also at this time. Crack! The sound of the sword breaking sounded out. Ouyang Jian laughed excitedly. "Brat, let's see if you dare to say anything more about the immortal stage divine equipment S, once it is touched by my sword." Before he could say the word break, the sword in his hand started to crack and fall down one by one. In the end, only the hilt of the sword was left in his hand and the blade of the sword shattered into 17 or 18 pieces. The entire College of War Martial Arts quieted down. Long Fei's mouth turned cold. He stared at Ouyang Jian and said, "Speak, continue speaking, whose immortal weapon is trash? You actually dare to take out such a trashy weapon and make a fool of yourself? Do you think that Oya is an ordinary girl? She is a goddess, and you want to please her with such trash? What teacher of Green Dragon Matrial Hall, you're nothing more than that." When the opportunity presented itself, Long Fei would retaliate fiercely. Long Fei was just like that. He never kept a low profile when he was high profile. Too cool. A new male god. Holy shit, it's really a immortal stage divine equipment. It's too sharp. Teacher Ouyang has been utterly defeated. Ouyang Jian's expression was extremely ugly as he gritted his teeth and clattered them loudly. His gaze burned with anger as he stared at Long Fei and shouted, "Long Fei, you actually dared to use your hidden strength to break my weapon. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I, Ouyang Jian, will write backwards." While they were talking, Ouyang Jian took out his own sword and shocked the world with it. Buzz! A sword hum sounded out in the air. All of the sword intents attacked Long Fei from all directions as though they were real, and completely surrounded him. Very strong. His sword intent was much higher than the one Aoya cultivated. The number 1 sword cultivator in God Emperor Academy's younger generation, his sword intent was naturally astonishing. Aoya's face darkened. She took a step forward and blocked in front of Long Fei, shouting, "Ouyang Jian, what are you trying to do?" Ouyang Jian said angrily, "I will kill him." The sword intent around Aoya's body was released. The sword in her hand struck out, "I forbid you from touching him." Shwa! He took a step forward. The two sword intents clashed together, and a series of explosive sounds rang out in the air. It was as if countless long swords were clashing, and the sounds of metal slicing were emitted. Aoya acted on behalf of Long Fei, causing Ouyang Jian to become even more furious. His patience with Aoya had finally run out, and he said solemnly, "Junior sister, you asked for it." Roar! A dragon's roar came from Ouyang Jian's body. The sword intent on his body suddenly changed. The long sword in his hand roared like a fierce dragon, instantly locking Aoya in place. Rumble! The sword stabbed out. Aoya's ethereal footwork was completely seen through, and with a single attack, he forced her to retreat. Bang bang bang! Aoya was forced to continuously retreat. Every step she took left a deep footprint. Her vital energy and blood were roiling underneath her chest, and she was unable to withstand the pressure. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. "Teacher Oya! Teacher Oya!" Many disciples rushed forward. When Aoya was forced back continuously, Long Fei's body landed lightly. He placed a palm on her back, pushed down with all his might, and stabilized her body. Ouyang Jian sneered, stared at Long Fei, and said fiercely, "Long Fei, it's your turn." Chapter 887 Lie Down. Chapter 887 Lie Down. If he failed to act tough, he would be exposed. Ouyang Jian became angry from the embarrassment and humiliated Long Fei instead. The key point was, Aoya was still protecting Long Fei, causing the hatred in his heart to burn crazily. He had also lost patience with Aoya. How could he endure this? The sword in Ouyang Jian's hand pointed at Long Fei's face and said, "Trash, with just you alone, what qualifications do you have to fight with me over a woman? What right do you have to fight with me? In my eyes, you are just an ant. As long as I use a little strength, I can crush you to death." Ouyang Jian said in disdain. The son of the Green Dragon Matrial Hall's principal had extraordinary talent. He was the strongest sword arts powerhouse of the young generation in the God Emperor Academy and was covered in countless halos of light. Could be said that Ouyang Jian was an extremely rich second generation. One had to have status, identity, money, looks and so on. Nothing could be compared with ordinary people. However, Long Fei was not an ordinary person. Long Fei gave the revenge in his hands to Aoya and walked forward. Aoya pulled his hand, gently shook her head, and said, "Long Fei, don't go. You are not his opponent." The strike just now made her realize that Ouyang Jian was much more powerful than she had imagined. Ouyang Jian hid his true strength. This kind of person was extremely dangerous. Long Fei lightly patted her hands and said, "He's strong, but I, your man, am stronger." Seeing the duo, the hatred in Ouyang Jian's heart grew even more intense. He said with a cold smile, Your current cultivation is at the 8th stage of the virtual immortals, so I'll suppress my cultivation to the 8th stage of the virtual immortals. I'll let you know what's the difference in cultivation levels is. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, You don't need to suppress your cultivation. If you want to step on it, then I'll step on your peak strength. Humph. Long Fei, it's enough to deal with the trash of the 8th stage virtual immortals. Ouyang Jian had suppressed his cultivation to the 8th stage of the virtual immortals, and the aura on his body also disappeared. To him, the 8th stage of the virtual immortals was more than enough to crush Long Fei. Long Fei laughed. Up to you. As soon as he finished, Long Fei turned to look at Aoya and said slightly, Look carefully. Boom. His demon sword had already been broken, and he had not taken out his mutated Emperor armament suit. This suit was used when he was participating in the Academy competition. Not yet. The dragon salyer in his hands used a blade in place of a sword as he fell. Aoya's forehead was locked tight, her eyes staring straight at Long Fei without blinking. Long Fei moved, his body started to sway frantically. His figure became like a mirage, the substance could not be seen clearly. Long Fei shouted, Insight into sword method. Buzz! At this moment, the sword intent of the infinite sword on his body burned crazily. Break! The dragon salyer moved, Long Fei's body suddenly shot out. Ouyang Jian's cultivation was not just for show. Seeing Long Fei quickly rush in, he laughed coldly. Insight into sword method? Do you really think it's some sort of high-level sword technique? It's actually just a trash sword technique. Blue Dragon Sword Art. Azure Dragon Flipping Heaven. His longsword struck out. Black Dragon, cripple him for me. Black Dragon Ancestor grinned. That's exactly what I wanted to say. The moment the weapon touched, without waiting for Ouyang Jian to put away his sword, the illusion of the Black Dragon Ancestor inside the Dragon Salyer suddenly roared and rushed out. Roar! The strong dragon ancestral shadow scared Ouyang Jian to the point that his face turned white, and he thrusted out his second sword attack. Look carefully! Long Fei warned again. The power on the third sword strike suddenly burst forth. The sword strike descended and the sword chi directly slashed through Ouyang Jian's shoulder. Explode. Bang bang bang. 3 sword strikes overlaid each other, unleashing explosive power. The power of the third sword strike forced Ouyang Jian to retreat, the sword in his hand dropped, and fresh blood surged out of his chest. Bam! Unable to hold on any longer, he fell to the ground, in an extremely sorry state. The entire College of War Martial Arts was shocked. All of them looked at Long Fei with their jaws dropped, their eyes filled with worship. Aoya's eyes were also filled with worship. Last time when he was defeated, perhaps it was because he was not careful, then this time Ouyang Jian was definitely not careless. His cultivation was at the 8th stage of the virtual immortals, and in front of Long Fei, he did not have any chance to retaliate. Too strong. Abnormal strength. Long Fei turned around and smiled at Aoya. Your man is handsome, right? Oya could not help but reply, handsome. A sentence from the heart. The surrounding disciples of the College of War Martial Arts exclaimed. They had already forgotten that Long Fei had crushed them, and had forgotten that Long Fei had come here to avenge them. This was the world. Powerhouse was respected. As long as you are strong enough, others will treat you like a god. Long Fei defeated Ouyang Jian in 3 strikes, and it was a completely overwhelming defeat, to the point of being ridiculously strong. No way, I'm going to fall in love with him too. The eyes of a young lady whose face was filled with infatuation shone, her face flushed red, as though she wanted to rush forward to hug Long Fei. Is this a service disciple? He's simply a genius, a demon-level genius. The insight into sword method that the teacher Oya had cultivated for so many years was still incomplete. He had directly destroyed Ouyang Jian with 3 sword strikes. At first, I thought he was very arrogant, but now, I finally realized that he wasn't arrogant, but was actually strong. Only the powerhouse can be crazy about him. These disciples all began to worship Long Fei. Even the disciples who were optimistic about Ouyang Jian had started to admire him. At this moment, Ouyang Jian's aura suddenly rose, immediately returning to the level of a high-grade blood immortal. He extended his 5 fingers and sucked the long sword that fell to the ground. And then, Ouyang Jian's aura suddenly changed. Long Fei, go and die. High-grade blood immortal cultivation base. If it was just Long Fei's current strength alone, he would simply be no match for him. The difference in realms was simply too great. Moreover, Long Fei never thought that Ouyang Jian would actually be able to climb up so quickly, and his speed was even more astonishing. The moment he sensed Ouyang Jian's qi, Long Fei's eyes turned sinister, his heart becoming overwhelmed with shock. Long Fei, be careful, Oya shouted. Ouyang Jian's speed was too fast. He unleashed all of his strength, wanting to kill Long Fei with a single slash. Too fast. The distance was less than 10 meters, 1% of a second. It was so fast that no one could react. However, Long Fei was not afraid in the slightest. The killing intent in his heart stirred. Then let's see who kills who. The power in his heart exploded. At this time, Long Fei threw caution to the wind. He suddenly turned his body and pushed out his palm. Big Day Tashigata, Buddha Palm Technique. Lie down. Wung. A Buddhist bell sound rang out. A gigantic golden palm imprint was released, directly striking Ouyang Jian, who was rushing over with a sword. Chapter 888 Green Dragon Higumen S Attack. Chapter 888 Green Dragon Higumen S Attack. Too fierce, too fast. Long Fei simply didn't have time to react. If he didn't release the Big Day Tashigata, he would die under Ouyang Jian's sword. A huge palm came crashing down. The entire God Emperor Academy was violently shaken. What's that? The power of Buddhism? Could it be that our God Emperor Academy still has people who cultivate Buddha? That palm imprint is too huge. What power is that? Who is the direction of the College of War Martial Arts? A sensation. The Buddha palm technique was too tyrannical. The golden palm print was over 100 meters tall, shining with a golden light, the powerful aura of the Holy Buddha spreading out to cover the entire sky. It was probably an extremely powerful existence. However, this was still not the strongest profound mystery of the Big Day Tashigata. Buddha palm technique was only the first form, and currently, it was the only form that Long Fei could use. Boom, boom! Palace Question of God. Dozens of elders stood in the air, looking at the God Emperor Academy's huge Buddhist palm print below them. They were also at a loss, unable to understand what was happening. Have you ever seen such a palm technique? No, the Buddhist cultivators of the God's martial continent are already extinct. It's impossible for them to have this kind of Buddhist palm art. Could it be a type of Buddhist blood vein? I think it's possible. It was also at this time. A messenger from the spirit star realm descended and said softly, "The Supreme God has ordered that the elders of the Palace Question of God are not to intervene in this matter." The faces of the elders turned cold. Supreme God intervening? Did he already know? Indeed. He already knew that Long Fei had used this move in the Undying Ghost City. At that time, he was just like these elders, incomparably shocked. In the end, the only thing he could think of was the Dragon Domain's secret treasure. Long Fei was the son of the prophet, a person from the Open Dragon Domain. He definitely had some special abilities. This Buddhist palm technique was one of them. This made him even more determined to obtain the Dragon Domain's secret treasure, and made him even more convinced that the Dragon Domain's secret treasure contained a sacred art that led to eternal life. There had to be. Thus, before the Open Dragon Domain appeared, he would never blame Long Fei for anything he did. It was the same this time. Although Supreme God was a little unhappy, he managed to hold it in. College of War Martial Arts. When Long Fei's Buddha palm technique was smashed out, the sword in his hand became bent. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were rustling. The flesh on his face was moving, and he couldn't take even half a step forward. Boom! As he retreated, Ouyang Jian's entire body began to retreat explosively. He could not resist at all and started to scream miserably, "Ah, ah, ah, ah!" Rumble! The palm imprint was pushed aside, and with a loud bang, he was sent flying. A huge building was blasted into the shape of a huge palm. Ouyang Jian's clothes were tattered and he was lying on the ground. His stomach to the point that his face was flushed red, as if he had been crushed by a heavy tank. His whole body was shaking non-stop. No, 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 no. He had fallen into a terrifying state. Long Fei took a step forward, stared at the trembling Ouyang Jian, and asked, "Who's the trash? Who can crush who?" Both of Ouyang Jian's eyes looked as though Long Fei was covering his face with his hands. He was extremely afraid and didn't even dare to say a word. Too terrifying. The entire College of War Martial Arts was crushed by Long Fei alone. Moreover, following the disappearance of the huge palm, countless of students, teachers and elders rushed towards College of War Martial Arts. Those who rushed into the courtyard saw a huge handprint on a huge building. The shock caused by that was unable to be put into words. My heart can't take it. A few screams of terror came from inside the building. A disciple who wasn't even dressed immediately scampered over. "I just want to take a dump, there's no need to hit me like this, right? This is too scary." The College of War Martial Arts was surrounded by more and more people. "Isn't that Ouyang Jian? Isn't he the teacher of Green Dragon Material Hall? How did you become so miserable? Holy sh*t. Who beat him up like that? Too awesome. Ouyang Jian is a sword arts genius, how could he be in such a sorry state?" The people around them began to whisper. It was also at this time. Boom! Bang! With a loud sound in the sky, his figure was like a dragon as he landed heavily. Looking at Ouyang Jian who was on the ground, the elder's anger was immediately released. Ouyang Jian was trying to grab onto life-saving straw. "Father, father, father, kill him, kill him!" Azure Dragon School's principal, Ouyang Jian. The 7th stage of the Golden Immortal Realm was currently the #1 powerhouse. Seeing that his son had been beaten to such a state, flames spouted from his eyes as he stared at Long Fei. He suddenly attacked and used one hand to grab onto Xiang Long Fei's throat. "Brat, you must be tired of living." Long Fei's gaze darkened. "Come. If he wasn't afraid, he was crazy. So what if you're a green dragon hegumen?" Long Fei's angry shout caused everyone around to be greatly shocked. "You dare to challenge the Green Dragon Hegumen? I'm tired of living. Green Dragon Hegumen is God Emperor Academy's #1 powerhouse. Is this kid crazy? Relying on his own strength. Forget about the Golden Immortal, even the Blood Immortal experts, Long Fei, were not his match, but he had striking system S and unlimited possibilities. The Golden Immortal powerhouse was very strong. Was he as strong as the turn Yen Long into God? Is he as strong as ancestor Yen Long? Long Fei linked with his Xianbao spirit stones and roared angrily, "Come on, come if you dare." Ouyang Jian looked at Long Fei's wild and arrogant expression and became even more furious. "A mere disciple dares to be so rude to me? Die." His killing intent stirred. The killing thought in Long Fei's mind sensed Ouyang Jian's killing intent, its gaze tensed up. "Fuck, you forced my hand," would still endure if he did not move to kill. If you want to kill them, then Long Fei has no need to endure anymore. "Xianbao spirit stones, explode for me." Long Fei roared in his heart. It was just that. In this instant, without waiting for Long Fei to activate the Xianbao spirit stones, 2 thick streams of energy rolled down from the sky at the same time. "Stop!" Boom, boom! Qiu Wandao's strength fell first, and the powerful aura on his body immediately formed pressure, not giving Ouyang Zhan the slightest opportunity to react before fiercely crushing down. Bam! Ouyang Zhan's body instantly sank. His steps felt as though they weighed 1,000,000 kilograms, as he stood there without moving an inch. What cultivation did Qiu Wandao have? The peak of the 9th level of the Golden Immortal Realm was only a little bit away from breaking through the Fitted Realm, and it could instantly crush Ouyang Zhan, who was at the 7th level of the Golden Immortal Realm. Qiu Wandao's gaze darkened as he stared coldly at Ouyang Zhan and said coldly, "Ouyang Zhan, you want to touch Long Fei?" His voice was like thunder, and the strong aura exploded within Ouyang Zhan's sea of consciousness. Many elders from the College of War Martial Arts looked at Qiu Wandao. There were rumors saying that he had recovered his cultivation, and they did not believe him. They knew very well the way Pan family did things, and knew that Qiu Wandao would not get the chance to do so. But Qiu Wandao's cultivation not only recovered, but it was even stronger than before. Qiu Wandao stared coldly at Ouyang Zhan and said, "If you have the guts, then try moving one now." Chapter 889 18 Dean Alliance. Chapter 889 18 Dean Alliance. Qiu Wandao's appearance shocked everyone on the battlefield. Many of the elders changed their expressions when they saw him. The previous dean was the first person to dare to reject the palace question of God since the founding of the school, and was also the first person to put forth a stand against the palace question of God. More accurately, he should be a madman. Ouyang Zhan frowned. His anger did not lessen as he stared at Qiu Wandao and said, "Qiu Wandao, you are no longer a member of the God Emperor Academy, you have no right to interfere in the matters here." Qiu Wandao laughed. "Ouyang Zhan, I'm fine, what can you do?" Others could ignore it, but Long Fei had to. Ouyang Zhan shouted and said, "Could it be that you want to become your enemy with God Emperor Academy, with Palace Question of God? So what if we're enemies?" Qiu Wandao was not one bit scared by him, coldly laughed and said, "Ouyang Zhan, you think I will be afraid of you just because you pulled Palace Question of God out?" His character had always been one of taking advantage of the situation. "You want to be arrogant? Then he's even more arrogant than you." Ouyang Zhan's face sank and his eyes became gloomy and cold as he said, "Qiu Wandao, you dare be disrespectful to Palace Question of God?" Qiu Wandao laughed coldly. "You speak such rubbish, no doubt you want to make me into your trap to become your enemy with the Palace Question of God. Today, I will tell you everything. If anyone dares to touch Long Fei, this old man doesn't care who he is, just kill him." Ouyang Zhan shouted, "Qiu Wandao, you said it yourself. Today, this brat disregarded the laws of the God Emperor Academy. 14 families of the 18 great matrial halls were squashed. According to the law." Qiu Wandao immediately interrupted, "Don't tell me that's useless. Come on, tell me what you want to do." "Don't talk to him," Ouyang Zhan said. "Long Fei must be severely punished today." Qiu Wandao sneered and said, "I already said, try touching him." At this time, the White Tiger Dean descended and said, "Qiu Wandao, aren't you being a little too arrogant?" The Profound College of Martial Arts Training's head, Xiao Tianwu, also landed and said, "It's not your turn to behave atrociously in this God Emperor Academy." The Vermilion Bird Principal also landed and said, "Presbyter Qiu, you are no longer a member of the God Emperor Academy. It would be best for you to not worry about the God Emperor Academy, or else. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the 4 of them? Someone who is stronger than the entire God Emperor Academy?" As soon as he finished, boom, boom, one figure after another descended. All of them were at the principal level, a total of 18 DNS. 18 people. Every single one of them was a super powerhouse. Forget about the 18 of them joining hands, even the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise 4 Material Hall's principal and Qiu Wandao were not a match for them. He knew better than to say. Even if he was the golden immortal peak realm, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Qiu Wandao frowned and thought, seems like Pan family has already killed off all my disciples and so on, what a good method. He was also a dean, and had a few disciples and elders in the God Emperor Academy. But now, not a single one had appeared. One could imagine how they had been wiped out by the Pan family. Ouyang stared at Qiu Wandao and sneered. Qiu Wandao, how arrogant are you now? With the principal working together, they could easily crush Qiu Wandao. Qiu Wandao laughed coldly. Sky-separating clan as sure are powerful. Although they didn't move into God Emperor Academy, they bought all of you in half a year. I have to admit that Pan family's methods are really shocking. However, Ouyang, this old man still has to say it. If you have the guts, try touching one of him. His voice was tyrannical and extremely savage. At the same time, Qiu Wandao sent a sound transmission to Long Fei and said, Kid, when the fight starts you will run. You don't need to worry about other things. He couldn't stop it, but he would do everything in his power to protect Long Fei, because Long Fei was his young master and even more so his savior. The 18 Deans had joined hands. Long Fei was also shocked by this lineup, shocked by what Qiu Wandao had said. He had thought that the Pan family's powers would infiltrate the God Emperor Academy, but he never thought that the Pan family would actually bribe all 18 deans. That is to say, the Pan family took control of the entire God Emperor Academy. Long Fei's heart secretly tensed up. Sky-separating clan, Pan family. At the same time, Long Fei took a step forward, and the idea firmly gripped her. Celestial explosion pills with a slight smile. Presbyter Qiu, Long family's people never retreat. Qiu Wandao frowned and said, Long Fei, now is not the time for you to show off. If they start fighting, you can leave, and you don't have to worry about other things. It won't be that easy for these people to kill me. Escape. Ha ha ha. Ouyang laughed coldly. Try escaping. Where can you escape to in this immortal domain? Can you escape the control of the God Emperor Academy? Long Fei, if you dare to run, your brothers and relatives will all die. The first to die will be them. Ouyang eyes swept across them, and pointed at Sun Datu and the others who were not far away. Leader Sun's expression tightened and said, Young Master Long, don't worry about us. Fan Tong followed. Our lives are not worth much, Young Master Long, you don't have to worry about us. Don't worry about us. Not waiting for them to finish. Ouyang finger moved again and said, If it's her. He pointed at Oya. Soon after, Ouyang continued, They are all in your arrogant dragon squad, those people will all die. Also, your Nantian region's old home, your grandfather, your Long family, your brothers, and those other people will all die. Long Fei, run if you dare. Let's see how fast you can run, and how fast I can kill you, ha ha. Ouyang laughed loudly. Despicable. How insidious. Not only that, Ouyang saw through all of Long Fei's powers. It was simply impossible for a principal of the Green Dragon Material Hall to investigate him so clearly. Sky-separating clan of the Sky-separating clan. It was definitely them. Right now, Long Fei was even more worried for Nantian region's relatives. Something must have happened. Even if nothing happened, he was still in danger. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister, the aura from his body became extremely cold, and he stared at Ouyang. You too, Pan family behind you, if you dare touch even a single hair on the back of one of the people beside me, I will destroy the tombs of your 18 generations of ancestors. I will do as I say. It was fine to screw with him, but not with his family and friends. This was the thing that Long Fei hated the most. It was incomparably vicious. As he spoke, Long Fei's eyes were staring straight at Ouyang without the slightest fear. The aura on his body was extremely arrogant, an arrogance that could crush all. Ouyang stared at him, The flames on his body started to burn crazily, with fury that soared to the sky. He said with killing intent, "Long Fei, you are courting death." The war was about to begin. Chapter 890 Punishment. Chapter 890 Punishment. Don't submit, just do it. Threats? Then let's see who will die first. Long Fei was really not afraid of anyone. Even if the sky collapsed, he would die with a hole in his chest. The headmaster of the 18 great material halls had joined forces and was very strong. It could be said that this was the strongest power in the God Emperor Academy. However, what about it? Long Fei, you're courting death. Ouyang Zhan shouted in fury. Long Fei immediately shouted, Ouyang Zhan, come if you dare. Boom! Long Fei took a step forward again, his eyes fierce and cruel. Qiu Wandao also took a step forward. At this time, Aoya also made her choice, walking up to stand in a row with Long Fei. Ouyang Jian saw and shouted angrily, Aoya, you bitch! At the same time, Sun Dada also walked over. Young Master Long, although we are trash, we are willing to use our lives to block the attack for you. The other service disciples all walked over and stood beside Long Fei. Long Fei shouted loudly, we shall live and die together. The people around him all shouted, we shall live and die together. His voice was earth-shaking and incomparably mighty. The words let's live and die together caused the hearts of the disciples to tremble. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck their minds. They were all envious. They were jealous that Long Fei had such a group of brothers. What was a brother? This was it. They would live and die together. At the same time, there was also a group of people who were inwardly ridiculing Sun Dada. Aoya and the others thought that they were fools. Against the 18 great material halls' principle? This was simply courting death. There was no chance of survival. Ouyang Zhan and the honorary principal laughed at him loudly. We'll live and die together? Ha ha! Then let's see just how many of you live and die together. As soon as he finished, Ouyang Zhan shouted, Kill! Boom, boom, boom. The auras of all 18 Deans burst forth, forming a strong aura, especially the aura of the 4 material halls, their auras converging together, forming an extremely strong aura. The entire College of War Martial Arts was crushed by the powerful pressure they released. The faces of countless disciples turned pale. They couldn't stand it any longer and quickly retreated. When Qiu Wandao's peak golden immortal aura blocked it, it could not withstand it and instantly collapsed. Rumble! Rumble! The pressure was like rolling thunder as it pressed down. Long Fei's mind sank. Damn, let's see just how strong you 18 Deans are. Ah! His body exploded. Yan Huang ancestor suddenly said, Don't be anxious, someone is coming. Long Fei retracted his aura. The moment the oppressive force came crashing down, a powerful force came crashing down from the sky. A spirit star emissary held a golden token in his hand. The power within the medallion was released abruptly and crushed down. In an instant, the pressure from the 18 headmasters was dispelled. 18 great material halls' headmaster's heart trembled, and all of his body secretly shivered. Long Fei was also extremely shocked in his heart. That order badge doesn't seem to be an ordinary command medallion. I wonder if it can undo the seal chains on the giant demon. The Star Spirit Messenger said slightly. The Supreme God has ordered, Long Fei will be handed over to the law enforcement agency. The other chairmen and elders are not allowed to interfere. If you disobey, kill. His voice was filled with authority, the aura of a true superior. It directly crushed Ouyang Zhan and the others. Star Spirit Messenger said to Ouyang Zhan after he finished speaking, Supreme God has sent a message for me. There's still a month until the Academy's large competition. Your 18 great material halls should be preparing for it with all your might. Also, Supreme God has already decided that he will choose 10 disciples from the core disciples who have outstanding results in the Academy's competition to cultivate in Outer Space Palace. Furthermore, he will choose Dean from the top 10 students in the Academy's competition. And then, Star Spirit Messenger looked to a corner and said, 19th Principal, I'll leave the rest to you. Finished. Star Spirit Messenger turned and disappeared in a flash of light into the horizon. Ouyang Zhan slightly smiled. Long Fei, you still won't be able to escape. Just wait for the punishment from the Law Enforcement Agency. According to the Academy's rules, you will be sentenced to death, ha ha. It was also at this time. 19 walked out. He and Xiao Wandao rushed over together, but he did not appear. When he realized that he could no longer control the situation, the idea immediately informed the Supreme God. Only then would Star Spirit Messenger appear. He was very clear in his heart that before Long Fei found the Dragon Domain, nothing could happen to Long Fei. If anything happened to Long Fei, he couldn't afford the consequences. 19 slowly walked out and said lightly, Green Dragon Hegumen, if the punishment is my problem, then you don't have the right to say anything. Long Fei. Right now, I will punish you to not leave the mission for a month, to not leave the God Emperor Academy, and to not leave it. Do you admit to your punishment? Long Fei looked at Ouyang Zhan and laughed, saying, It just so happens that I don't want to go out this month. He was ridiculing Ouyang Zhan. The faces of everyone around turned pale. Punishment him just like that? Isn't this called scratching an itch? Ouyang Zhan immediately asked, 19th Principal, did you get it wrong? 19 pairs of eyes stared at him and said, How I punish you is my business. If your Green Dragon Hegumen does not accept this, then you can complain at Supreme God. In the God Emperor Academy, he was the controller of the punishment, and even the dean did not have the qualifications to order him around, because he was directly managed by the palace question of God's Supreme God. Ouyang Zhan gritted his teeth in anger, looked at Long Fei's pleased face, and almost vomited blood. He stared at Long Fei and said, Brat, just you wait. This matter will not end just like that. Long Fei said coldly, Ouyang Zhan, don't worry, this matter is definitely not over yet. Threatening his family, brother? No matter what, Long Fei would not let this matter go. 19 continued, Aoya, as a teacher of the College of War Martial Arts, you did not stop Long Fei in time. Your elder's qualification will be revoked and you will be expelled from the College of War Martial Arts. Dao Feng, expel the current College of Martial Arts Training. Wang Qingshan, Zheng Qingsong, Han Xueji, expel the existing College of Martial Arts Training. Chen Tianfei, Man Tuoyuo, Xiao Ying is expelling the current College of Martial Arts Training. Since the service disciples were beaten, scolded, and treated unfairly, all College of Martial Arts Training S will clean themselves from now on. Long Fei, the position of Logistics Department Manager is temporarily lacking. You can act as the representative and control your service step. 19 consecutive punishments. Although these punishments were called punishments to Long Fei, they were all rewards. This way they would all become free bodies. It was also at this time. 19 looked at Xiao Wandao and said, Xiao Wandao, as the previous dean of the academy, from today onwards, you are not allowed to meddle in the affairs of the academy anymore. Xiao Wandao laughed and ignored him. He had already repeated these words to him countless of times. Suddenly, Long Fei took a step forward and asked, 19th Dean, I have a question that I would like to ask. 19 said lightly, Ask. Long Fei asked, How can I build a new college of martial arts training, the 19th College of Martial Arts Training? Long Fei wanted to establish his own college of martial arts training. Chapter 891 See How Much Longer You Can Bounce. Chapter 891 See How Much Longer You Can Bounce, Build a College of Martial Arts Training? 19 was shocked and thought to himself, "Kid, you are quite ambitious." The surrounding elders were also stunned. Many of them started to loudly laugh. "Ha ha ha! You think you can create a college of martial arts training? Who do you think you are? How great do you think you are? You think you're worthy of establishing the college of martial arts training? A fool's dream. He thinks too highly of himself. Long Fei, you better piss off and take care of yourself. Do you think that just because law enforcement agency does not punish you, you can do whatever you want with it? Do you think that you're so awesome just because you challenged 14 College of Martial Arts trainings today? Don't you see that the people you challenged today are all new disciples, senior disciples, and elders who are all in seclusion? Do you think that you're very strong? Any college of martial arts training can crush you to death, understand? You are still trying to establish the college of martial arts training. Are you not afraid of being laughed out of the blue? The mocking voices in the surroundings continued. Just as one of the principals had said, the reason why Long Fei could flip through the entire journey today was because those advanced disciples were cultivating in seclusion. Long Fei was currently at the 8th stage of the virtual immortals, but wanting to completely defeat a college of martial arts training was impossible. The history of any of the 18 great material halls in the God Emperor Academy was more than 200 years, with 100 years of heritage. It was not something that a single person could defeat. Moreover, creating a college of martial arts training was extremely difficult. It's not like the societies in the universities in my past life, where you can apply for the position just by reporting to a few more people. The conditions to establish the College of Martial Arts training are too harsh. Unless it was supported by a lot of principle and palace question of goddess, otherwise, it was impossible. Long Fei did not pay attention to these sounds of mocking and ridiculing. Instead, he looked at Article 19 and asked seriously, "What conditions do you need?" 19 looked at Long Fei and said, "You want to establish the College of Martial Arts training?" Long Fei said, "When 18 great material halls didn't even accept me, I had already thought about the establishment of a College of Martial Arts training, but at that time I was only thinking about it. Indeed, I have indeed taken the advantage in today's challenge. With the 18 great material halls' several hundred years of heritage, any single college of martial arts training can defeat me. However, with your 18 great material halls' principle here today, I, Long Fei, will definitely overturn you one by one, especially you." Long Fei's finger moved, pointing at Ouyangzhan. He said, "Green Dragon Material Hall." Ouyangzhan dared to threaten him, or even threaten his family. This had touched Long Fei's bottom line. However, he knew it too. Ouyangzhan was just a small fry in the Pan family. He could not come up with any tricks, and the person who truly threatened Long Fei was someone from the Pan family. Sky-separating clan of the Sky-separating clan. Too arrogant. Brat, don't be too presumptuous. Is Green Dragon Material Hall something you can challenge? I think you're tired of living. Many people felt injustice for Ouyangzhan. Green Dragon Material Hall was the #1 college of martial arts training. His strength was extraordinary. It was also the earliest college of martial arts training. The depth of one's possession was indescribable. Ouyangzhan's eyes turned sinister as he laughed coldly. "Long Fei, you arrogant brat, at some point in time, you wanted to dig your own grave and challenge my Green Dragon Material Hall. Come here at any time, I'll cripple you anytime." Long Fei slightly smiled and said, "Just you wait, I will crush your son the same way I will." "How dare you?" Ouyangzhan was so heavily injured, and he was extremely unhappy. If Qiu Wandao had not appeared, he would have already twisted off Long Fei's head. Law enforcement agencies' punishments for Long Fei made him extremely furious. If Long Fei were to mention Ouyangzhan now, the anger in his heart would burst like gasoline from a tank, and his entire body would explode. Long Fei laughed. "I am being presumptuous, what can you do?" The atmosphere became tense again, as if they were ready to fight at any moment. 19 quickly shouted, "Enough!" 19 said, "Long Fei, you can ask Qiu Wandao if you want to establish a college of martial arts training. He once wanted to establish a new one, but he failed in the end. He should be more experienced." "All right. Today's matter ends here. No one is allowed to talk about it." 19 controlled the scene and could not let them fight again. Otherwise, they really would not be able to control themselves. Long Fei looked at Qiu Wandao. Qiu Wandao's gaze darkened slightly. The establishment of the College of Martial Arts Training was the pain in his heart. The many chairmen were also stunned. They did not know that Qiu Wandao's attempt to establish the College of Martial Arts Training had failed. "Get out of the way," 19 shouted to the crowd blocking the door. Long Fei looked at Qiu Wandao and said, "Presbyter Qiu, let's talk when we return." Following that, Long Fei looked at Aoya and extended his right hand, saying, "Follow me, I can carry you flying." Aoya looked at Long Fei, looking at him very seriously. Long Fei was also looking at Aoya, his heart somewhat excited. "Will it be completed? Will it be completed?" Aoya replied, "College of War Martial Arts has already expelled me. I already have nowhere else to go. Are you sure you want to take me in?" "Yes, yes," Long Fei answered firmly. Aoya stretched out her right hand, gently placed it on Long Fei's palm and said, "I'll go with you." It was not because of the sword Long Fei had gifted her, nor was it because she was homeless, because she wanted to become strong. When Ouyang Jian was able to defeat her in one slash, she wanted to become stronger even more urgently. Long Fei was the only one who could make her stronger and improve her insight into sword method. She needed Long Fei's help. Long Fei tightly gripped Aoya's hand and said with a bit of excitement in his heart, "Since you're already holding hands, you should have completed the mission, right?" The system didn't reply after a few seconds. It was the same, the mission was not completed. Long Fei bitterly thought in his heart and thought, "Must I really help her take revenge in order to complete the mission? There are so many elders in Palace Question of God, how do I know which one? I won a toast." However, if he could bring Aoya with him, Long Fei wouldn't have to worry too much about completing the mission. Even if he couldn't avenge her, he would still have a way to deal with her. If it didn't work, then he would use a forceful method. If the matter of the Overlord forcing himself on the bow became urgent, Long Fei could really do it. Seeing Long Fei holding Aoya's hand, Ouyang Jian was so angry that he vomited blood repeatedly, his face turning pale white. "Bitch, Long Fei, you and I are irreconcilable." The disciples of the College of War Martial Arts also watched with eager eyes as Long Fei led their goddess out of the College of War Martial Arts. Their hearts shattered. It was too hard. Why did you fall for his wild boar? My goddess, how could you abandon us? His heart was incomparably bitter. Ouyang Jian looked at Long Fei's figure that was getting further and further away, his eyes narrowing slightly. Clenching his fists tightly, the killing intent in his heart was extremely strong. "Kid, just you wait. Law enforcement agency will protect you, Palace Question of God will protect you, but no one can protect you in the arena of the Academy's tournament. You won't be able to play around for long." Chapter 892 Impossible. Chapter 892 Impossible Logistics Department. This was Long Fei's only stronghold. To challenge the 18 matrial halls, it could be said that he had offended everyone in the entire God Emperor Academy, and right now, it was difficult for him to even take a single step. No matter what they did, people would always come out and stir up trouble. He had prepared these mental equipment long ago. "Presbyter Qiu, just how do you want to establish your own college of martial arts training?" Long Fei was very determined. If he wanted to do something, he would do his best to do it. Only by establishing the College of Martial Arts Training would he be able to expand this place. Only then could he truly nurture his own faction. Long Fei thought that the punishment that the Supreme God had imparted to them would not be tampered with for at least 2 years. However, after what happened today, he realized that he was wrong. It was outrageously wrong. Pan family had never stopped. God Emperor Academy doesn't seem to have anyone from the Pan family, but the entire God Emperor Academy was mysteriously captured by the Pan family, and all of the 18 great matrial halls' principals were Pan family's people. The Pan family had a deep grudge against the Long family. He must ensure that the Long family would never be able to get back, and he must ensure that Long Fei would never be able to crawl back up from the abyss. This made Long Fei want to quickly build up his own power. In front of him were the Pan family, their palace question of God, their western Desel territory, and even the dark domain that held Song Qianqian. These were not things that he could handle alone. Long Fei was very clear on this point. He had to establish his own power. An urgent need. Qiu Wandao looked at Long Fei's serious expression and thought to himself slightly. He's exactly the same as old master. Back then, he was also so anxious, but that year, it was not because he wanted to create a new college of martial arts training, but Long Fei's father, Long Zhanting. He was just the executor. However, he had failed. He failed very thoroughly. It was simply impossible to build a new college of martial arts training in the God Emperor Academy with just the power of a few people. Back then, Long Zhanting was a powerhouse of the fitted realm. The proof of failure was that without a strong economic support, with a strong power as the backer and a super powerhouse as the backer, it was impossible for them to succeed. The establishment of the College of Martial Arts Training was akin to burning money. Economic expenses were the headaches for a martial artist, and it was also the matter that caused them to be unable to make ends meet. Then there was the matter of powerful forces. Moreover, just having a strong force supporting you is not enough. You still need to have a super powerhouse as your backer, because if you want to establish a college of martial arts training, you have to endure the attacks from the 18 great matrial halls and crush them. A literary battle, a martial fight, a pill fight, a weapon fight. Every college of martial arts training had their own specialties. They would use these specialties to bombard him. As long as you lose a match with the College of Martial Arts Training, don't even think about establishing your own. This was secondary, because they were all follow-up matters. Qiu Wandao looked at Long Fei and said, "Creating a College of Martial Arts Training is the most difficult thing to do in the entire God Emperor Academy. His difficulty level isn't inferior to an SS grade super mission. Long Fei, you'd better not waste your time on this." He tried to establish the College of Martial Arts Training, but he failed. He did not want to see Long Fei fail as well. Otherwise, both father and son would have failed. Long Fei persisted, "Presbyter Qiu, just tell me." Qiu Wandao let out a long breath and said, "The first step of establishing the College of Martial Arts Training is to have 5,000 points in the Academy tournament. These 5,000 points cannot be accumulated. It can only be accumulated by a tournament. Just this point alone is enough to scare people off. 5,000 points unless you can use 3 big matches to get first place and also get a super divine score. It's impossible to achieve 5,000 points. 2. The establishment of the College of Martial Arts Training requires you to complete a super mission, which varies from person to person. It might be because of the high difficulty of the mission, or because it might just be a mission to collect a type of Tier 1 immortal herb. After completing the mission, you will receive the College of Martial Arts Training Medallion. The College of Martial Arts Training Token is used to establish the College of Martial Arts Training Token. Only with this token can you choose a place in the God Emperor Academy that you can set up the College of Martial Arts Training. Regarding the establishment of the College of Martial Arts Training, the God Emperor Academy will not give you a single cent. You will need to gather all of them yourself. These are the simplest 3. Qiu Wandao slowly said. Just these 3 tasks alone were extremely difficult. Qiu Wandao faintly said. If College of Martial Arts training is that easy to establish, then there will be more than just 18 College of Martial Arts trainings. Long Fei, listen to my advice, give up on the idea of establishing a College of Martial Arts training and focus all your time on cultivation. Your current breakthrough speed is indeed fast, but it is far from enough, and you will not be able to bear the burden of being a Long family. Long Fei pondered for a moment. 5,000 points. A task that varies from person to person. Capital. Long Fei muttered to himself. It's indeed not a small problem. Long Fei looked at Qiu Wandao. In his heart, he had a question he wanted to ask, but in the end he couldn't hold it in, and asked, "Did my father ask you to establish the College of Martial Arts training?" If Qiu Wandao founded the College of Martial Arts training, it was impossible for the 18 generations of College of Martial Arts trainings to not know of it. There must be a secret behind this. Qiu Wandao was startled and stared blankly at Long Fei. She stayed silent for 2 seconds and said, "Since you've guessed it, then I won't hide it anymore. It was your father who asked me to establish the College of Martial Arts training. In the past, your father did not succeed even when he was a powerhouse of the fitted realm. You are only a virtual immortal stage now, it is impossible for you to succeed." Long Fei smiled faintly, as expected. Long Fei's expression became somewhat agitated and asked, "Where's my father? Is my mother also a immortal domain? Are they all right? I really want to know. More than anything, one of the important goals to enter the immortal domain was to find his father." Qiu Wandao looked at Long Fei and shook his head. "I don't know. Long Fei, I can't tell you anything right now, I can only tell you one thing, your father is still alive, and I don't know about your mother's words, only your father knows." Ha ha ha! I knew it. I knew they were still alive. The boulder in Long Fei's heart was gently put down. When he was at Western Decil territory, his father's words made him think that his father had already been killed. If Qiu Wandao said that his father was still alive, then he must still be alive. Long Fei did not continue asking and said, "Presbyter Qiu, if you can meet my father, please tell him that grandfather misses him. Also, if he didn't finish it, I will definitely finish it. If he didn't finish it, I will definitely finish it for him." Long Fei's gaze was incomparably resolute. Hearing the news that his father was still in this world, he was incredibly happy as a child. He had been an orphan in his previous life, but now he finally had a father that was still alive. Furthermore, since his father had always been protecting him in the dark, Long Fei would do everything he could to cherish this hard-won family love. Do your best to cherish it. Chapter 893 Black Knife has come. Chapter 893 Black Knife has come the next day. The God Emperor Academy's Wind Cloud list was entirely related to Long Fei's ferocious achievements from yesterday. Disciple of the Logistics Department, 1 person against 14 College of Martial Arts training. Those who were once rejected by the 18 Matrial Halls, now rise out of nowhere and fight against 14 College of Martial Arts training S1-on-1, with complete victory. Goddess of the College of War Martial Arts, the 3rd-ranked beauty of the God Emperor Academy, Aoya, was conquered by Long Fei, and all of the young men's hearts were broken. For the past 100 years, the number 1 of the Nantian region S, Long Fei, has proven with his own strength that the Nantian region is not a useless place. Long Fei, Long Fei. Every message crazily refreshed the rankings. Every single one of these lines caused countless people to discuss about him. The entire God Emperor Academy was talking about him. Some were jealous that Long Fei was able to bring a beauty home, and some were ridiculing his arrogance and conceit, and offended him in public. At that time, he would definitely die miserably. However, this storm of events was not the number 1 on the wind and cloud ranking. The first place was held by the Unified Battle Alliance of the 18 Great Material Halls. Together, the true alliance was only a covert alliance in the past, but now it was an open alliance. The alliance only had one goal: to stop Long Fei. They would definitely not give Long Fei the slightest bit of hope to rise to power, and even more so, they would not give him the chance to establish a college of martial arts training. Of course, this was Pan family's intention. Only the Pan family could form an alliance with the 18 generations of college of martial arts training. If you want to play, then play it to the death. During the God Emperor Academy's assessment, Pan family could be said to have lost miserably. All 100 elite disciples and several life elders were all killed by Long Fei. Pan family would definitely not give Long Fei even the slightest bit of hope in the Academy's tournament this time. Young Master Long, we just received news that the 18 Great Material Halls has formed a battle alliance. This time, they are going to take care of us. Sun Data hastily ran into the courtyard. Although he didn't need to go to the other college of martial arts training to clean up, he was still a top-notch expert when it came to finding information. The Sun Data continued to speak. I have received news that the headmasters of the 18 Great Material Halls have all mysteriously disappeared from the God Emperor Academy last night. Pan family. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister. He was truly guiding Aoya with her insight into sword skill. Hearing what the Sun Data said, he clenched his fists tightly and smiled. Seems like this time, we are not only going to deal with the Green Dragon Material Hall, the White Tiger Kung Fu Tribe, the 18 Great Material Halls, and the Pan family who is controlling us from behind the scenes. Aoya kept her revenge and said faintly, I heard that Pan family and your Long family have an irreconcilable feud. This time, will they? Long Fei laughed lightly and said, Don't worry, I have a lot of enemies. Was the Pan family as strong as he was? Was he as strong as the Western Decil territory? Will there be a future calamity for the Dragon Domain? Compared to all of these, the Pan family was nothing. Long Fei smiled slightly and said, You like to play, right? Let me see how long you can play for. The God Emperor Academy competition this time was different. Long Fei's team ranking tournament. Personal qualifying fight. No need to register, any disciple of the God Emperor Academy can participate. And there's also the alchemy ranking tournament, so I must take down all 3 great competitions, and use them as a springboard for Long Fei to ruthlessly suppress Pan family's arrogance. You want to play with me? Then let's see who can outdo who. Long Fei laughed excitedly. The more difficult it was, the more excited Long Fei became. The 18 Great Material Halls was very hard to deal with, but now with the incomparably large Pan family erected behind the scenes, it could be said that it was practically impossible for Long Fei to achieve any results in the large competition. This was because the strongest disciples of the 18 Great Material Halls would have to snipe his footsteps in every direction to prevent him from obtaining any ranking, let alone obtaining 5,000 points to establish the College of Martial Arts Training. Difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. At this time, in Long Fei's room, Song Qianqian walked out, her face still pale white, and said while looking at Long Fei, Let me join your arrogant dragon squad. Long Fei turned and looked at Song Qianqian. Aoya was also stunned. She looked at the veil covering her face, but her eyes were filled with shock. It was clear that the person beneath the veil was a peerless beauty. So beautiful! She could not help but say. One woman was so beautiful that she could make another woman praise her. That was true beauty. Long Fei said, You're awake! Song Qianqian said, Long Fei, let me join your team. Long Fei replied, Your identity. Song Qianqian smiled faintly and said, Actually, I have long since been a disciple of God Emperor Academy, it's just that I have not entered any college of martial arts training. As she spoke, she took out a wooden token for the identity of a God Emperor Academy disciple. During Long Fei's assessment, she had used her relationship to become a disciple that was accepted by the God Emperor Academy, but she mysteriously disappeared afterwards and never found her. However, her identity was always on the record. Long Fei became excited and said, "From now on, you are a member of the arrogant dragon squad." He had long since asked Song Qianqian to join his team. With a valiant powerhouse like Song Qianqian, the strength of the arrogant dragon squad would increase by a large amount. It was also at this time. There stood a person at the entrance of the logistics department. A person carrying a small bundle who looked like he was running away from home. Linglong. Linglong giggled and said, "Senior brother, can you count me in?" Aoya looked over, and was shocked when she saw Linglong. What a cute little girl. She looked at Long Fei again and thought to herself, what sort of charm does he have? Can make so many beautiful women want to stay by his side? She didn't understand. At least, she didn't understand now. Long Fei looked at Linglong and said, "Little girl, stop messing around." Linglong pouted her lips and walked into logistics department and said, "I have already been expelled from Elixir Martial Arts branch. If you don't take me in, I don't have a place to go. Senior brother, you don't want to see me live on the streets, right?" While she was talking, Linglong revealed a pitiful look with tears in her eyes. To Long Fei, this was a critical strike. Long Fei's heart immediately softened as he said, "All right, I'll count you in." Linglong immediately jumped up in joy and made a victory gesture with her hand. Yeah! He was beyond blissful. In another place, God Emperor City, God's Phoenix Pavilion. A middle-aged man carrying a black box on his back and holding a little girl in his hand. A group of fierce-looking fugitives followed behind him. Fu Tianlong frowned. Pan family isn't giving anyone a way out, right? Yet you sent so many people to cause trouble? Do you really think that we are soft persimmon, to pinch and pinch as you please? Fu Tianlong's heart was filled with anger. He walked forward huffily and shouted, "Who sent you here today? Is it the 9 Business Union or your Pan family's master?" The middle-aged man was startled. His head was full of fog as he said faintly, It was Long Fei who asked us to come to the God's Phoenix Pavilion. This is the God's Phoenix Pavilion, right?" Fu Tianlong's eyes widened and he immediately asked, "Did young Master Long let you come?" The middle-aged uncle said, "My name is Black Knife and we are rushing over from Shili Desert." Chapter 894 Lifestyle Cultivation. Chapter 894 Lifestyle Cultivation. Leader Sun, give these to Presbyter Chiu and the others. They know how to divide it. This time, Long Fei took out the item that he dropped from Transu and gave it to him. Among them, there was the immortal foundation that Chen Tianfei needed. There were also other pieces of equipment. Did not know what happened either. In terms of cultivation, Long Fei could not help them, but in terms of materials, he would do his best to help them. Leader Sun said, "I will do it right away." Long Fei reminded them, "Leader Sun, during this period of time, don't go out and collect information either. Here are 140 variant crystal nuclei. If you send 10 of them out, don't bother with its value. If you use this variant crystal nuclei to cultivate, I believe you guys will be able to break through as well." Towards brothers, Long Fei would never be stingy. This was something unique to the variant crystal nuclei. In the entire God's martial continent, most likely only Long Fei had these 1,000 or so variant crystal nuclei, whose value was even greater than immortal crystals. Leader Sun looked at the glittering crystals. Even if he had never seen them before, he knew that these things were not simple. Long Fei disdainfully replied, "There is no such thing as thank you between brothers. You are not allowed to say it again in the future. Go and do something." The people of Sun Data treated Long Fei well and gathered all sorts of information for him. He had to help the people of the leader Sun increase their cultivation a little. Sun Data turned and left. Midnight. In the small forest beside the logistics department, Long Fei took out the god's devil token. The idea moved and said, "Enchanted." 1,000 points disappeared. Long Fei transformed into an extremely ugly sky demon. Her body was covered with all kinds of black bone spikes, like a hedgehog, but these black bone spikes were filled with dense energy. This was the side effect of cultivating the god's bone taboo. Even the god's devil body could not change this point. Who? Long Fei let out a deep breath, felt the chi inside the sky demon's body, and said lightly, "Although the god's devil body did not cultivate much, the sky demon's physical body was stronger than a human's, and I have already cultivated the power of the god's bone taboo to the 6th level of peak realm. The sky demon's power should have reached the blood immortal stage, right?" Buzz! Long Fei entered the god's devil space and shouted, "Ancestor, 9th floor. God's bone taboo, open the 6th level for me." Boom, boom! The black bones on the sky demon's body suddenly became thicker, as if his entire body was about to undergo a metamorphosis. The powerful energy of God's bone taboo started frantically growing in his body. The 6th level was almost unable to bear it even at the time. Moreover, Long Fei had a feeling that if he were to cultivate to the 9th layer of God's bone taboo, or to the great perfection stage, he might be able to transform into another demon. This was because the more he cultivated the power of the god's bone taboo, the denser the monster-like energy became in his body. Of course, this was also his guess. The sovereign of the demonic way had obtained the god's bone taboo first, but no one had managed to cultivate to the 6th floor, so Long Fei was the first person to do so. What could it be? No one knew, and it was the same for Long Fei. Big Day Tashigata, Buddha Palm Technique. Boom! After slashing out with a palm, it was not done quickly but was slowly released. Long Fei memorized every process, and crazily comprehended everything in that process. The Big Day Tashigata had to be upgraded as well. The Buddha Palm technique was indeed powerful, but when facing a powerhouse of the Golden Immortal rank, it was hard to instantly kill it, so he had to cultivate to a higher realm of the Big Day Tashigata, stronger technique. The Thousand Blessings sect. The cooldown of the Big Day Tashigata was shortened by 10 times at God's Devil Space. It was used once every 1,000 days and could be released once every 2 hours. That increased by more than 10 and more than 20 points each time. If he had enough power of Celestial S, he would be able to break through the 2nd level within a month. In addition, aside from the Big Day Tashigata, the Super Saiyan mode also needed to be upgraded. Although it was a mode system, it was more or less the same as a cultivation technique. He needed to break through continuously in order to break through the shackles and unleash the power of the even more powerful Saiyan blood vein. Super Saiyan. Burn! Ah! Long Fei roared, but on the other side of the sky demon's body, other than his blood-red hair turning gold, his body did not change much. However, his strength was even stronger than that of his body. Every single black bone seemed to be burning, and his aura did not move. Naturally, he was lifted up by a force. 9 Knives Force. Super Ashura Slash. Long Fei's aura moved, the 3 blades in his hands, his body sank, a powerful force slashed the 3 blades in the air, the space shattered, and in that instant everything went dark. The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for comprehending Tyrant's Chi. Suddenly. Too sudden. Long Fei was completely unprepared. He had always wanted to comprehend the tyrannical ambition, the domineering system exclusive to Sauron, but had always been in the midst of failure. Wow. You can even do that. System, I'm going to love you to death. Long Fei was extremely excited, and quickly checked the tyrannical attribute. Skill path, tyrannical grade, King Destructive Power, 10 stars description, the combination of Super Saiyan and 9 Knives Force. A domineering aura is released and the auras form a strong attack. If one's level is lower than player's level 3, they would be directly stunned. Description 2. Able to use a domineering aura to withstand pressure and crush people. Description 3. Releasing a domineering aura, crushing the king. Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed madly in excitement. That's the feeling, cool. Continue. Long Fei continued to train his skills. 18 great material halls. Pan family. Then let's see who can win the game. Let's see who can beat who to death. Long Fei was so excited that he almost went mad as he roared, "Wash your ass clean for me. I'm going to activate Berserk mode and flip over one by one." Boom! In God Emperor Academy, Long Fei had no way to level up. Ordinary Demon Beast S. The mission could no longer satisfy his leveling needs. The only thing he could do now was to improve his own cultivation technique, proficiency. Dark Dragon God Slash. Killing God Chop. Big Day Tashigata. Super Saiyan Wushuang. And so on and so forth. Long Fei trained with his life on the line. There was less than a month left before the large competition. He had to use all his strength to make himself stronger. This second was a bit stronger than the one before it. The proficiency's skill was soaring. The power of the god's bone taboo was increasing crazily as Long Fei forced his way into the 9th floor of the god's devil space. The heavenly demon power was incomparably surging. For the sake of the Academy's tournament, Long Fei was willing to risk his life. Chapter 895. Can you be a bit purer? Chapter 895. Can you be a bit purer? God's devil spaces training ended. Long Fei did not rest immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged and slowly summarized the things he had learned in the god's devil space. After an hour, Long Fei rested for a short 2 hours. At this time, the sky had already brightened. Insight into sword method. What I rely on is not my eyes. I rely on your control over the sword intent, my insight into the enemy through the sword intent. Each of my 3 weaknesses is stronger than the last. The final strike is very crucial. He is the combination of the 2 sword attacks from before. Whether or not he can unleash the slay will depend on the accumulation of the 2 previous swords and the final sword strike. Long Fei explained. Oya listened attentively. Song Qianqian also listened seriously, and Ling Long did the same. In a short day, the 3 of them had become bosom friends, and the 3 of them had quickly formed an alliance. It was impossible for Long Fei to even wipe away the oil on his body. In addition, I have to say that this set of steps is innately created for the insight into sword method. One of its erratic movements will allow you to unleash the power of the insight into sword method. Long Fei said slightly, "Look carefully." Long Fei held onto a tree branch. His chi moved. His body started to sway frantically, swaying left and right, floating erratically, the sword technique in his hand piercing through the air. Each stroke was just right, just like the stroke of a divine stroke. At the same time, she was also grateful to Long Fei from the bottom of her heart, because it was Long Fei who had given her hope. Half a minute later, Long Fei's aura retracted, and he said, "Did you see it clearly? If there's nothing else, I'll continue to train." Long Fei was extremely serious like an instructor. Following that, Long Fei looked at Aoya and said, "Come to my room for a moment." Aoya was stunned. Her feet turned red. "Why are you going to your room?" Song Qianqian immediately asked. "Long Fei, what are you planning to do?" Ling Long also followed. "Senior brother, this is still broad daylight, can you not be so dirty?" Long Fei was speechless. He looked at the 3 of them and asked, "What are you guys thinking about all day? Can't you guys be more pure? I asked her to do something for me, so I told her to do it. Do you think you guys can be more pure?" He was truly speechless. She was afraid that Long Fei would drag Aoya into the room and do some unsuitable things for children. However, of the 3 of them, Aoya was the one that Long Fei was unable to extricate himself from the temptation the most. However, Long Fei didn't have that thought at the moment. Song Qianqian's face reddened. She had thought wrongly. Ling Long stuck out her tongue and said, "Since it's an order, then we will go as well." "Who would have thought that you would be so pure as to pretend? I heard about someone forcefully kissing Teacher Oya." Aoya's face reddened again. "Little girl, you are the most impure one." Long Fei had no choice but to bring the three of them into the room. Long Fei said, "I am grounded, I shouldn't be able to leave God Emperor Academy." "Aoya, you were previously an elder. Even though you were kicked out of the College of War Martial Arts, your elder status is still there, and you can enter and exit the God Emperor Academy freely. I want you to help me make a trip to the God Emperor City to find their master, Fu Shishan." Long Fei said. "Have her send someone to the Pill King Valley. We must definitely have all of the Medicine God Valley's people come to the God Emperor City, and also have them bring all their spirit grass." Originally, he wanted Man Tuoluo to go there personally, but since Man Tuoluo was currently in closed-door cultivation, he could only send someone to do it for him. While they were talking, Long Fei took out the last spirit burst pill and said, "This is a keepsake. Also, tell my sister that there will be a group of people from Shili Desert who are my friends and will be entertained by her." Looking at the time, Black Knife and the others should be arriving soon. On the surface, it looked like a academy competition, but in reality, it was the second competition between Long Fei and Pan family. The first time, Long Fei won, but the price was heavy. Especially the Fengyuan Business Alliance, who had almost been completely crushed, to the point where every step he took was already extremely difficult. This time, if Long Fei wanted to dominate the whole academy, if the academy wanted to win in the competition, he had to win in the battle against the Pan Clan Merchant Union. Long Fei took out a third-level variant crystal nucleu and said, "Give this to my sister and let her build up her momentum. I will make this kind of crystal core stir up the entire world in the Academy's competition. Have her hold an auction the day after the Academy competition. I will provide her with variant crystal nucleu and also..." Long Fei thought for a moment, then said, "There's also the Zhuge Sword's fragment. Zhuge Sword is a sacred object of the immortal domain. Its destruction and death caused all the warriors in the immortal domain to feel regret." Long Fei originally wanted to use the Monarch set to build up his momentum, but the Overlord set was not familiar enough. If it was a Zhuge Sword fragment, it would be different. It can cause a sensation quickly. He might even be able to lure out the last two Zhuge Sword fragments. He had the blueprint. There were only 2 pieces missing, as well as the sacred sword heart. At that time, the Zhuge Sword was recast. What was Pan Sheng's Pan Gu sword worth? What did Pan Gu axe count for? Crush them all. Moreover, Long Fei also had the divinity's divine weapon sky-burning dragon gun in his hands, an existence that could crush everything. Oya wrote them down and said, "Okay, I will do it right away." Receiving the things, Aoya quickly left towards the God Emperor City. Song Qianqian looked at Long Fei's serious expression. This was the first time she looked at a man so seriously. She suddenly realized that Long Fei was extremely handsome when he got serious. Song Qianqian slightly said, "Do you need me to do something for you?" Long Fei said, "I need spirit grass with all sorts of attributes. I need to create a type of pill that no one else can replicate." The people of Drug Race had not arrived yet, so he was in urgent need of spirit grass. He needed the spirit grass to make another breakthrough in the alchemy technique. Ordinary immortal pills were already insufficient, there were too many s. He had to refine a pill that was unrivaled in the world. He wanted to use this pill as the base point to create a pill that Pan family could not create, and cause a sensation in Fengyuan Business Alliance once again. Song Qianqian was startled, and said, You want to participate in the alchemy competition? Long Fei nodded, and Ling Long looked at Long Fei with a face full of worship. Senior brother, do you still know alchemy? Long Fei smiled and said, There's still plenty that senior brother knows how to do. Ling Long's eyes twinkled, and she worshipped him even more. There was less than a month left, which was too short for Long Fei. He had to make comprehensive preparations, especially regarding alchemy, since he had to make a breakthrough. However, as for the new pill, he was still confused and had no idea about it. Song Qianqian looked at Long Fei and said, Leave the matter of the spirit grass to me. At this moment, Yan Huang Ancestor slightly said, Leave the matter of the pills to me, it's time for me to show my skills. What do you think about Chaos Realm's Holy Ply? Chapter 896, Human-Grade Alchemy Medicine. Chapter 896, Human-Grade Alchemy Medicine, Chaos Realm's Holy Ply? Long Fei immediately became interested and said, Do you have a continent in the outer world that can refine Chaos Realm's Holy Ply? The worlds of each plane were all different. The level of the Chaos Realm was obviously higher than the gods' martial continents. The pills in Chaos Realm can be refined in God's martial continent? Yan Huang Ancestor said indifferently, Of course not. Even if it is possible, God's martial continent does not have the spirit grass that Chaos Realm need. F***ck. Then what the heck are you talking about? Ancestor, are you toying with me? Long Fei said in disdain. Just as he was worrying about not being able to figure out what kind of pill to concoct, he heard the patriarch's words and was immediately intrigued. In the end, however, he was unable to concoct any. Could they still play happily together? The Yan Huang Ancestor laughed and said, Don't be anxious, while the Chaos Realm's Holy Ply cannot be refined here, we can improve it. With your current talent, you should be able to succeed. Of course, that depends on your luck. No other spirit grass could be replaced with other spirit grass of the same attribute. In addition, when they were combined and mixed together, they could definitely be refined. However, the development of a pill was not something that could be replaced with a sentence of the same attribute. It required countless experiments and a very long period of time before it could be successfully refined. It was also possible that he would never succeed. This was a very normal thing to do. If not the gods' martial continent had some ancient pill formulas, they would not have been able to concoct pills. Yan Huang Ancestor asked, Brat, the research and development of pills, and the fact that the pills from Chaos Realm have a certain amount of risk, I am only providing a reference, you have to think it through carefully. After all, there were only 20 or so days left. It was impossible to improve the holy ply of the Chaos Realm. Long Fei said without any hesitation, Just Chaos Realm's holy ply. I knew it. Ordinary pills aren't enough at all. They'll definitely be copied by those abnormal fellows from the Pan family, just like Long Yang Pill S. With the lesson from last time, Long Fei would definitely not give the Pan family another chance to copy his medicinal pellet. He would never make such a mistake again. Yan Huang Ancestor said, Since you've decided, let's start quickly. I'm worried that we won't have enough time. Long Fei nodded and said, I understand. Song Qianqian looked at Long Fei and muttered. He asked, Long Fei, what's wrong? Long Fei shook his head and said, I need spirit grass with all sorts of attribute. If possible, if you can get them, bring me as many as you can. The improvement of the medicinal pill was a traditional method of breaking this rule. It required countless experiments. Perhaps he would succeed, or perhaps he would fail. However, Long Fei didn't have any choice. Once the Chaos Realm's holy ply was successfully improved, it would shock the entire gods' martial continent. Long Fei wanted to make the Fengyuan Business Alliance rise again and become the only agent in the world. Song Qianqian said, All right, I will do it right away. I'll bring it to you before tonight. Ling Long looked at Long Fei and asked, "Senior brother, is there anything I can do for you?" Long Fei smiled and said, "There's no need." Morning. Long Fei made a trip to Qiu Wandao's courtyard, but the courtyard was very quiet. Chen Tianfei, Man Tuoyuo, Xiao Ying, and the others did not appear. The things that Long Fei had given them should be handed over to them. For the sake of the Academy's tournament, they were willing to give it their all. Qiu Wandao and Elderly in Green were ready to throw caution to the wind. Last time, he had failed. This time, he definitely couldn't fail. For this, they were all desperately fighting. Long Fei also returned to the logistics department, giving them pointers. With the cultivation of the crystal core, their speed was like a dam releasing water, unstoppable. His speed was astonishing. Everything was going crazy. God Emperor City. Pan family's main courtyard. As the great clan elder, Pan Zhan thought about it for 3 months because of the fall of more than 100 of the Pan family's elite disciples. This was a severe punishment on him. After coming out, he took down all the elders and dean of God Emperor Academy with lightning speed. Basically, the Pan family already had complete control of the God Emperor Academy. Pan Zhan slightly sneered. "You want to stop my Pan family from entering the God Emperor Academy? Can you stop it? There are still 26 days until the competition. The humiliation from last time will be repaid 1,000 times, 1,000 times. Pan Zhan thought of Long Fei. Clenching his fists tightly, the supreme force on his body released a loud explosion. In this period of time, his cultivation had also reached a new level. He became extremely powerful. Pan Zhan continued, "Long Fei, why haven't I killed you this time? If you don't die this time, I'll change my surname to yours." The rage raged. He was very clear on the 18 great material halls' strength, even if it was more than enough to deal with Long Fei. With his protection, on the stage, life and death were decided by him, and he could not afford to not die. Half a year. For an entire half a year, Pan Zhan wished that he could tear Long Fei into pieces every day. Now it was finally going to be this day. An elder said, "In the God Emperor Academy competition, the referee will be the elders of the Palace Question of God. At that time, will they?" Palace Question of God had the highest authority. If all the elders were to help Long Fei, it would be very difficult to kill him. Pan Zhan smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Pan Xing has already settled these matters. With Pan Xing's current cultivation, he is about to break through the golden immortal rank, and if he was given another 2 years, he will definitely become a Yuan Xian, or even an even stronger realm. In such a long time, there has not been a second Devil Slayer. Even if he did appear, he wouldn't be able to live for long." Pan Zhan laughed coldly. He did not care about some Western Desel territory. What Devil Slayer? In his heart, there were only the interests of the Pan family. The current Pan Xing was being valued highly by the Palace Question of God, and the identity of the first Devil Slayer also allowed him to be above others. If the second and third Devil Slayer were to appear one after the other, then Pan Xing's position would be slightly lowered. This was not what Pan family wanted to see. Thus, when the Devil Slayer appeared, he would think of all sorts of ways to get rid of them. Grand Elder. A group of people came to the God's Phoenix Pavilion 2 days ago, and after entering, they did not come out. This group of people are not from the God Emperor City, nor are they from the Fengyuan Business Alliance. What's his identity? I haven't found it yet. An elder reported. Pan Zhan's mouth hooked up as he said in disdain, "Fengyuan Business Alliance? Humph. To think that he hasn't left the God Emperor City yet. What meaning is there in continuing to live with his last breath? Fu Shishan, since you want to rise so much, wait for me to finish off Long Fei. It's your turn to go to Fengyuan Business Alliance. I don't believe that I can't kill a small girl like you." Pan Zhan did not even put Fu Shishan in his eyes. The Pan family was no longer the Pan family of the past. Pan family's style of doing things was also not the same as before. This time, Pan family wanted to sweep everything with the power of thunder, and let everyone in God's martial continent know that his Pan family was once the #1 family, and now, he was still the #1 family. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.